Um, Hi! How are you guys doing today? Hey, Emmy! Hello! Aw, thank you, Emmy. Thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. Sleep is good, but so is casting it away to awaken and watch streams. Happy birthday, Connor! Happy birthday! I hope you're having a great day. I also hope that everything is functioning properly. So, I'm still like a little bit like, is everything working appropriately? Who knows? It could be anything. A round bunny plushie. That sounds adorable. Very exhausted. Yeah, you just got your vaccine, huh? No celebrations for you on your birthday. You'll have to postpone your birthday celebration to a different day. But I'm glad you're vaccinated. I'm very glad you're vaccinated. So how have you guys been recently? Oh, hang on. I didn't close my door before I started the stream. Like a smarty. Yeah, I got my second COVID shot last week, and which is why I didn't stream last week, because it ended up being a little bit rough. Which I would do it again if I had to. I would definitely get the vaccine again if I had to, but also a little bit rough. Excited to be free from the mask now that we can be, right? Now that that's like actually an option for us all. There we go. Yay for people being fully vaccinated. 100% yay for people being fully vaccinated. Yay for, I saw statistics yesterday. I saw statistics that said 60% of Americans have gotten their first dose, which is a very impressive number. It said 60% of all Americans, not just American adults, and I was like, yeah? You sure? So, I'm curious. They said that was like figures that were going to be released today, so we'll see. Hey, Chase, hi! Thank you for the 100 biddies. And Melia as well. Hang on, let me fix it so that it doesn't do the double sound again. Melia, thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. You might still wear your mask when working with a bunch of your students and when sickness. Yeah. I'm definitely going to be wearing a mask. I mean, I already did prior to the pandemic, but whenever I get sick, I'm going to be wearing a mask. Maybe during flu season, I'll wear a mask. Too. I think they're just useful. Other cultures do it. We could do it here too. Over a year. Oh, it is over a year. Aw. Oh, you're halfway there? Hell yeah, J Phoenix. Thank you for the 100 biddies. Halfway there with the vaccine. Which is like, I mean, if you got Pfizer or Moderna, halfway there is like really high, actually. Once it's hit 2 weeks after the first dose, that's an ample amount of protection. But obviously still remain cautious until 2 weeks after you get your second dose, then you're free. Hi, Obi-Wan, how are you? CDC be like, and we'd be like, okay. 1 year, 3 months, 6 days, 17 hours, 59 minutes, and 51 seconds. Down to the second, in case you wanted to know. I hope I'm enjoying the shorter hair. Right? My hair is like way shorter than it was, because it used to be like down to like about here. The lady cut a lot. I got my hair cut for the first time in, not just since the coronavirus pandemic, but like by a professional for the first time in several years actually. So now so that's why my hair looks very curly, except for these hairs down here. These hairs are like, so it's like a normal thing for if you're a person with curly hair. The hairs that come out of like the very base of your neck back here are just going to be straighter. So mine are like really, really straight for some reason, and the rest of my hair is really curly. So now this is the new look. It's been so long. It has been a long time since I started streaming. Your hair is so long, and worse, it's thick. Right? I can't. Yeah. Zek is like that. I can't wait for Zek to get their hair cut, because their hair. You know when you like, their hair was like cut for them to have a like short hair, and now their hair is past their shoulder, but their hair still has like all of the layering like it's supposed to be around, like framing the skull, and it just like I just like keep like looking at the hair like down there and being like, it's layered so interestingly, like at this length, like it doesn't make sense. It's anyways, I'm getting distracted. Barking Matt, hello! Thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. You hate long hair. At this point, it's just about the experience. I really enjoy having long hair. I like feeling like a majestic princess. Getting my hair, okay, so, pro tip, if any of you are curly people, if any of you have curly hair, the place that I got my hair cut, which I'm actually, like, really happy. Also, like, I should say, this is, like, day 3 hair. This is day 3 hair. I haven't actually done anything to try to revive it from the dead. I was just like, fuck it, I'm gonna stream today. So like, I didn't try to make myself look pretty, is what I'm trying to say. But and still it looks pretty good for day 3 hair. So my stylist was trained in the like diva cut curly girl method. It's DEVA, and you can go to their website to check and see if there's any stylists near you who have been trained in cutting curly hair like dry, so that you don't have horrible haircuts, because that's why I never went to get my hair cut, because all of them were horrible. So I would recommend it, having done it now. I would. An accidental mullet. Probably going to go to a curly hair salon when you get it cut this time. Ooh, that'll be neat. That'll be neat. So your short hair will be curlier where it wasn't before? That'll be very interesting. Hey, Mysterio. Hello, everybody. Welcome on, and thank you for coming in. There are several. Yeah, I'm sure there are. I learned when I went to ask my stylist, they have like rankings, so they have like level 1, level 2, level 3 stylists trained in this, and like level 1 is beginner, level 2 is intermediate, and level 3 is master, basically. And there was like nobody in like the entire Seattle area. There are 2 people who are level 2, and I think 1 person who's level 1. And I was like, I asked my stylist, why is this the case? And my stylist was like, you have to fly to New York to take the classes for level 2 and level 3. You have to like fly to New York, get a hotel, and then pay for that, while also paying to take the classes over like a week. It's like, oh, I see. So I wouldn't be afraid if that's alarming to you. I wouldn't be afraid to get your haircut from somebody who's at level 1, because the reason most of them probably aren't higher is just because it's ridiculously expensive to try to go up. So it's strange. It was like, who is this? Oh, from the Stream Team page. From the Rainbow Arcade then? Rainbow Arcade gang. Heck yeah. Admittedly, I haven't been going live as often recently because I'm recovering from some stuff still that happened previously. So, so that's probably why. Surprise! When your hair is short, it's more thick/wavy than I write curly, but the texture, it needs someone who can specialize. I mean, you never know. Your hair might actually be curlier than you think it is, and just the haircut is preventing it from being really curly. Like my curls, I'm now classified at a different level of curl than I would have been before I got it cut, and that's just because the way they cut it isn't weighing down the curl anymore. With the streaming and the game and the hair. Aw, thank you, Abby. You guys are so nice. You guys are so nice to me for no reason. Seem like someone you could vibe with? Nice. If you think that you could vibe with me, then you're gonna fit in really well here, because we all basically have a very similar vibe. It will give legit ringlets loose. Oh yeah. If that's the case, yeah, you're like right on the border then of being classified with wavy curly. You might be like a 2A type. Anyway, curly hair #memes. So the game that we're going to be checking out today is called Cozy Grove. I don't know if you guys have heard of it. Well, like when I Googled it, I was like, oh, it's on the Switch, it's on Steam, all these different places. But I had never played it until I started playing it on my iPad. So I'm going to be continuing the save file that I have on my iPad because I don't think that there's a way to get that to transfer anywhere else. So we'll be playing it on my iPad. And I guess if we run out of stuff to do, because it's a game like Animal Crossing, so like time passes as it does in whatever area you're staying, and you can run out of stuff to do in a day. So if we run out of stuff, then maybe we'll just check out some other Apple Arcade games. I've been really, like as a developer, I've been like really conspiratorial and like weird about Apple Arcade. I've been like, because like there's all these rumors about what Apple wants to do with it, and if Apple actually wants to do something with Apple Arcade, which it seems highly likely that they're planning on basically entering the gaming market as like an actual competitor, like they're planning to step up their game basically. If that happens, I am so curious about what that's going to do to like the mobile app market and like what kinds of gameplay we see as sustainable. Because one of the things I've noticed playing a lot of Apple Arcade games is that a lot of them are still designed like they're filled with microtransactions, even though the microtransactions aren't there anymore. So I thought it would be fun to check out some of them if we ended up having time, because I have a lot of opinions on like the current weird like amalgam of microtransaction mobile gameplay, and then it's almost like it almost feels like like we haven't figured out how to do real games on mobile gaming yet, because like, you know, on a screen like your iPad or your phone, the UI and the form factor kind of leads to like certain types of gameplay. I don't know. The whole thing has just been fascinating to me, and like as a developer, I've been really, really into it. Oh, hey, Marky Chin. Yeah, on Switch and on Steam. You've heard of it and you're curious. Okay. Well, I've played. I think I've played about two days worth. Basically, I've made it like the tutorial was the first day, and then I didn't play for a couple days, and I did a couple things. So I'm still fairly early into the game, thankfully. Oh yeah. How does Subnautica run on the Switch? How's that doing? Can you not at people? Oh, are you not? Is it not possible to at people? It's just Twitch being a weirdo. Hey, Ipiki! How have you been? Whoa, it feels like it has been a long time, but I have no idea how long actually. All I remember is I'm like visual novels. Haven't figured out mobile gaming. Once microtransactions took over, mobile gaming has become unbearable. Correct. I can manually type out ant. What? Okay. Twitch is being weird with the adding, then, apparently, is what it seems. You want an Apple TV shaped like a Pippin? Why won't they? You know? Like, where's my game console that's shaped like Hello Kitty? I want to see companies go full tilt into the aesthetic space, and like I want a wooden game console, I want a Hello Kitty game console, I want a game console that's a plushie and you like plug it into like the back of the head of the plushie and it runs games. Like I want to like there's so much like in my feverish hellscape, my ideal world would be terrifying. Going full kitty. Your friend has been going on about it. Neat. Yeah, I'm really interested in exploring it. So one of the things that's gonna happen when we start playing it though, and I feel like I should warn you guys ahead of time, I've never tried to sync a what's the word that I'm looking for? A controller to my iPad. So I'm gonna be playing it with my hands, which I feel like I know that playing with controllers is the easier way when it comes to mobile and Apple Arcade games. Like, I know that. But I'm, like, forcing myself to play with the uncomfortable touch controls again, because as a designer, how do you port these games over to having touch controls? And like it's either the game was designed for touch controls so controller is awkward, or the game was designed for controllers so touch controls is awkward, and we haven't figured out that happy middle ground yet. There's just a lot of exploration, I think, that that Apple Arcade, by basically creating a theoretically sustainable model to have non-microtransaction mobile games, since like nobody actually purchases apps that cost money up front. I feel like it's ripe with potential. Pippin is the utterly failed game console Apple. Oh my god, they attempted a game console? Hey, Undertaker. You heard only about the 4% of people from Apple accepted the privacy things for other apps to use their data? Yeah. Well, at least for Facebook, only 4% accepted on Facebook. And who is surprised? Who is surprised? Who is actively like want? I would say that like if you're wanting to be tracked by stuff, you're gonna want to be tracked by Google, not by Facebook, because Facebook doesn't give you anything good for being tracked. At least with Google, like you get tons of like interconnectivity with a bunch of apps. You get like your Google Calendar can schedule meetings for you from the email app, and like you get like like if I must share my data, it's gonna be with Google, not Facebook. You want money to be tracked? Wouldn't that be amazing if we got like a small amount of money for being tracked? Controllers you can use without your hands. Very expensive. Every time I use a controller, look, Ma, no hands. Give me the money and you can track me. Well, let's get started into Cozy Grove then. That's why you started using Bing instead of Google. I use something called Ecosia, which like plants a tree for every number of searches you do, which is fine, kind of, except I hate it also because like every now and then I'm trying to Google something and it's like, do you mean Canada? And I'm like, no, I don't mean Canada, in fact. Hey, Holly, hello. Thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. Yeah, Bing is a little rough. But Ecosia, I think, is basically just Bing with a layer on top, so. Alright, let me make sure all this should be good. I prepped it ahead of time, so you know how that goes. Whenever I prep it ahead of time, it always, like, breaks. Alright. Okay. So here we are, so this is like the world of of Cozy Grove. Essentially when you first start the game, you land on this cute little dock, and then you head up here and you start a fire. And the goal is that like by helping the spirits on the island, you get spirit logs, and the more spirit logs you get, the more the island itself literally expands. And also the more you help creatures, the more color the island gets filled with. So there's these patches of room in the island where there's no color because like I haven't found the spirits yet, or I haven't completed the quests yet. The campfire is very bossy and mean. These are my birds. They function like, I don't know, they give you stuff. I'm still honestly not 100% sure about how like harvesting things work, so I'm still figuring a lot out myself. So it'll be fun to try things together. Oh, the transition sound was very loud. My bad. Oh wait, you guys can't even hear the music. There we go. Now you can. me getting used to streaming again. That is the my trial and tribulation. Aesthetically, the aesthetic is really, really pretty. Yeah, I agree. So let me pet my pet. I have 3 little birds. So one of the things that happens is that they are affected by the objects that you decorate the area with. So right now this bird has, I don't know if you can, this bird is hungry. This bird wants food. But the bird has two and a half stars, basically, and that's mostly because of all of the decorations that are placed around it. So it likes decoration in general and rustic decor. This bird likes, what do you like? Cozy decor. And one of the other birds hates birds. So there's a bird. I have a bird that is all the way up over here by themselves because they hate other. Ooh, that's a really big fish. Hang on. Really big fish, Shadow. I gotta go fish for the. I gotta go. Yeah. Okay, well. That was incorrect. Okay. I've never seen a fish shadow that big, and I want it. Wait for it. Haha! Come to me! little character is cute. Thank you. You do get to customize the look of your character. I don't think that they ever, I don't believe that they ever refer to your character by any gendered terms. So you're free to be who you are. You also get like, so far the glasses, my little leaf on my head, and my shirt are all clothes that I bought for myself. So they're not the standard clothes, but I bought them because I wanted to look cute and comfortable. We're cuties today. It looks a lot like Don't Starve. I don't know much about Don't Starve, so I don't know if like maybe the artist or someone worked on this game. It is a very similar like cute, creepy aesthetic, although I would say that this one's more on the creepy, or more on the cute aesthetic than Don't Starve is, which I think is more on the creepy side a little bit. It looks better than Don't Starve. What? No! Why do you think I made my text bigger on all of my monitors yesterday? It's because I can't see things. Guys, I'm like such an old, like look at how big my iPad screen is now because I'm such a freaking old person. Look at all these apps that I've downloaded and would like to play at some point. I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna download them all. Maybe one day I'll play them. My goal is to like knock them out one by one. I've beaten this story time game, and I'm almost done with the Star Trek game. These are all Apple Arcade, or almost all of these are Apple Arcade games. Again, I'm like exploring like what people are doing with the funding that they've gotten from Apple. And then a lot of these games are being ported over from other places. So like Song Pop Party is a game that I guess was exclusively on Apple TV before this happened. So yeah, and it's literally just a trivia song game that you play with people. So you guess songs from Apple Music basically. That's how you play this game. Anyways, focusing. I got too excited. It is a little creepy. Don't Starve is. You hate when you can't put glasses on your characters because you can't see at all without them. Yeah! I haven't played Sayonara Wild Hearts yet, and it's just because I know that when I play it, I'm probably gonna try to beat it all in like one playthrough, and I don't know how long it is. So I haven't started playing it because I'm like, I want to wait for a day when I'm like really not feeling well or something, and I'm just gonna be laying in bed all day, so I can just go for it. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Ruby, hi! How are you doing? Let's get a shout out to Ruby. Oh my gosh, I am so not used to using Twitch anymore. I'm so out of habit with all of this. Go give Project Ruby a follow, especially for any of our friends who are in a European time zone. Ruby is a European streamer, and they will be able to provide you with tons of entertainment during those hours at like a more appropriate time than like 3 in the morning. I just want to play something cool for an hour and be done game. Oh, is it a short game? I would love to show you guys a little bit of my digital planner because I've been obsessed with it recently as well. Anyways, let's like start with the actual mechanics of the game. Let's go talk to this bear. I forget who this bear is. Charlotte Pine, how are you doing? So, camper, back again. The last quest I helped her out with, I gave her her little cutback. That's why she took the sip. Listen, out here, your most important resource won't be your eagle eyes. The thing that will help you most in the Phantom Wild is patience. Oh God, no! My kryptonite. So, today, I'm listening for chickadees. There used to be one in this birdhouse here, but he sang his last DDD ages ago. Maybe if you're patient like me, you can find this house a new home? Oh! Oh heck, okay. I didn't even need to do anything for that one. They just gave me it for free. I'm gonna go put this birdhouse down somewhere. Maybe the birdhouse will make all my birds happier. Let me try to... Let's see. Oh, this object is important to someone, but they might not be ready to receive it. Okay, so it's a story item, actually. Well, let me go see. The last time I played, they said, you know, you're not allowed to do anything else until tomorrow. So let's see what new stuff has been unlocked. Oh, why are you... Okay, gone back to being a spirit. That's not right. Hey! Marge, you. Hey, gamers! Hello, thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. Hang on, skipping through. Makes you want to update from your iPad mini 2 that you use 4 times a year to read comics. I will say that having this big old screen is really useful. The only thing that I don't like about this big screen is that it's heavy. So I wish that they could. I'm like, look at this huge. Look at this. It's so huge. I wish they could make it lighter. It's so huge. Look at that. Ugh. But yeah, I'm being a picky person, and I'm like, I can't wait until tablets weigh 1 gram only, and nothing more. All right. So there's a new recipe for the log cabin. Why are you faded away? Yes, I've been using your crafting bench. It's so good. I'll need plenty of raw materials, so I'm gonna leave you with one more tool. It is a little advanced. It requires some metalworking. Find me some iron ore and some hardwood, and I can get started. Okay. I think the only thing I don't have. Ooh, wait. I might. Okay, I think I can get the iron ingot. So there's a lot of crafting in this game as well. There's a lot of. It's basically a lot of object discovery and a lot of crafting. And I'll show you the object discovery in a bit because I'm not actually 100% sure whether I like it or not, actually. We'll see. Okay, let me hold in hand. Okay, can I split this? Yes, thank you. Throw you into the flame. Oh! I want to burn something. I would like to burn this. Sounds great. Give me it. There we go. Alright, let's go. I want to get an iPad and Apple Pencil so you can use Procreate, but it's so expensive. So, the older iPads, like, because they have, like, the small, like, iPad mini now, and I think those are only $300, at least compared to the like $1,000-ish that this was when I bought it. This is the 2018 iPad, by the way. I got this for Christmas for myself. I gave it to myself for Christmas in 2018. Also to use Procreate, which is every bit as good. And then this is my Apple Pencil, which has this like sleeve on it, and the sleeve. You can charge through the sleeve, so it's still like magnetic and you can still double tap the pencil. It's very handy. I would recommend a sleeve both because it's white, and if your bed is white, you're gonna lose this all the time, and also because the pencils are just so slippery. They make them very slippery for some reason. Procreate is incredible. Everything blends together. I agree with you, Ruby. That's why I'm like not 100% sure how I feel about it yet. Are you gonna give me a machete? Yay! Oh my god, yay, a machete! Good! Give me it! Give me my machete! I'm ready for my cozy time to go chop. There we go. There we go, everything's back to life. Everything's back to color. I know exactly what this machete is for, too. What is this? Whoopee cushion? Whoopee cushion on this chair? The machete is for this. Chop it up. There we go. Alright, so the object finding kind of works like there's certain objects that look a certain way, and those are the objects that you can discover things from. But they're kind of hard to find. So right now, this little chunk of land right here is actually something I'm supposed to be able to... This is something I'm supposed to be able to gather from. But it was kind of hard to see, right? And it gets even harder to see when you're off in the colorless areas. It can just be, like, depth perception is kind of hard. It's also hard to know which objects you're meant to be able to interact with. And it's also hard to just click on the objects when you're playing on the iPad, because clicking is how you move. So you're clicking on objects and you're like walking past the object, which means the object fades away from vision. So you have to click in front of it and then click on the object again, and then you walk past it again. So you have to walk in front of it. It's all very frustrating. So again, another one of the reasons why I was like, the touch screen aspect of it doesn't feel super thought out just yet. Do you have to hold the item to use it? You don't have to hold the shovel, but the rest of the objects you have to hold, yeah. Oh wait, you don't have to hold the item to use it unless it's fishing or the dowsing rod? I don't have to use it for mining, is that true? They told me I had to hold it in my hand. These liars. Enjoy your lurk, Mysterio. I wouldn't say don't get this game. I would say get this game on like Steam or Switch. or iPad. Again, you can use the iPad with a controller. I'm just stubbornly playing with touch controls. And I wouldn't recommend playing with touch controls. That much is correct. But I wouldn't not recommend the game. Procreate just looks so user-friendly, and the fact that it works so smoothly with the pencil makes you jealous of artists who can afford it. Yeah, Procreate is really good. You're right, Procreate is just really good. It takes a little bit of study in order to figure out how to use the app well, but they have like a whole resource in the app, and they make it very available. So it's good. Hey, Smee! Living up to its name. It is a very... You don't know where your Apple Pencil went? I lost one of my Apple Pencils and I had to rebuy one, and it was the worst feeling. It was the worst feeling. I hate it. Let me help you with something. Ghosts can eat. Sounds like you're about to send me on an errand. Do you want food, maybe? Not much gets by you, does it, young sailor? This is my roundabout way of asking ye for a favor. I have an awful craving for a 3-course meal. Oh, I'll just go get one of those, you know. Fish for the entree. Oh, fish for the main and fish for dessert. Unfortunately, not any fish will do. My appetite is tragically particular. I'll need 3 fish that are uncommon or better. Can you imagine not eating food if it's not rare enough for you? If you're like, strawberries, foof, foof. Give me the durian. Like, yes I do. Off we go. Gotta go do that then. There's a couple more ghosties that I want to check in before I get fully on the quest bustin' mode. It has to be the civet coffee. You hope your Apple Pencil wasn't in the iPad case you threw out. Oh, thank you, Queen. You've been working during all of them, Lapis. No, I'm so sorry. Hey, Jacob. Why is everybody like? Why did they all go back to ghost form during the day? This is the first time that I've played during the day. Hello, spirit friend. You're just the fauna I wanted to see. One of my favorite trees has gone missing. This is a tree creature, but her name makes me feel like she's like really posh. That's terrible. The poor thing is always getting lost. Francesca Duclaw. It's one of my special trees. Small, square-shaped, rootless. Lots of white leaves inside. If you come across a tree matching that description, be sure to send it my way. Okay, I'm just gonna look for a little tree like that, whatever you say. They all look like juice boxes. They're very square, and they're all... This lady thinks she's a tree, but she's a bear, so... We respect her. Some spirits are a little bit confused. Like, some spirits remember their former lives, and some spirits don't, so that one thinks she's a tree. Hello! Can I help you? Hey there, postal pal! Beautiful day as always. I got a little bit of a non-standard mission for you today. My girl, Ophi, took my earmuffs on her walk yesterday. She didn't bring them back. Think you could track them down for me? Sounds easy caprese. One near a skull. So the other thing is that when you click up here, you get little tips for where you can find some of these things. And there's also a hint system in-game, so if you really, really can't find something, you can pay 100 coins and they will give you a hint to help you find it. But let's begin the process of trying to figure out what in the heck. We're looking for. There's a skull over here. Is there headphones nearby? No. There's a kite in this tree. Can I shake the tree? No. Okay, not gonna try. Not gonna try. Give me the durian! The name is perfectly upper class, isn't it? They did a really good job with Francesca. One of the other characters like mentioned her before I got her, and I was like, "Who's Francesca?" No, the post office guy is strong. Cupella energies. Oh, that's a nickname of yours? That's fair. I think Ophi is this character's daughter. Okay, let me actually focus on which thing I'm gonna do. I guess I'll go fish. Ooh, book. Found it. Okay. For some reason it said that Francesca needed the book, actually. Even though she was... Oh, she thought the book was a tree! Oh. That's grim. Hey, Francesca, I found your friend. He's not missing anymore. There you are, Kafka! Kafka here is a very special tree. She used to look different. Taller trunk, wider branches. But change is unavoidable. Kafka knows that well, don't you, girl? So she says that she has a lot of tree friends, and she's been referring to all of her tree friends by the names of famous writers. So maybe all of her tree friends are actually books. Never throw out a fridge without checking it for lost electronics. Chip, I wish I could do that. I legitimately have still not found my old Apple Pencil, and I'm like, that thing was expensive. I would like it back. Kafka's a bit of an introvert. Anyway, we embrace change here in my woods. In fact, if you bring me an item, I may be able to change it for you. I call it recycling. Cycling back into something new and vital. Try it out sometime. Okay. There we go. Francesca's back. Make it pretty. Here's all my money back. Give me back all my money. Give me back all my money. Also, I'm technically walking the slow way because if you... Can I pick this up? No. If you double tap, you can, like, sprint. And by sprint, I mean, like, do this little hoppy motion. Do this, like, energetic hopping. I would like to check my mailbox. Let's see. So you managed to feed your spirit animal. You've got a kind heart. The happier the animal, the more essence it produces. Make sure it's in a well-lit area and surrounded with stuff it likes. Okay. Fun fact! I was looking up the history of the island you're on. Turns out that you were supposed to go to Cozy Cove. Huh. One of the things, when you first start the game, they make a big deal about how many spirits are on this island, whereas you're like a novice, you're supposed to be going to like a little baby island, but they sent you to this island where the last person they sent here failed and something horrible happened to them. So that's what's happening currently. Maybe she did used to be a library. I also want to find my pencil feature, and I'm amazed that they haven't announced that. Like, that, it's... What... Are they just holding on to that because they know that eventually a bunch of people who already have Apple Pencils are going to want to buy Find My versions of Apple Pencils, so they're just like holding on to it until a time when their cash flow is in need, and then they're going to bring it all out? What is it? I don't have much information about Cozy Grove. Okay, well, give me my present. Oh, I don't have enough space in my inventory. Okay, well, let me go drop some stuff off at the collections box. They have a kind of museum feature in this game where one of the ghosts likes to collect treasures. This one. Oops. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Donate all of them. Here you go. And then you get rewards. Definitely participate in this, by the way. This is how you get most of the money in the game, is by, like, finding new stuff. So there's a heavy emphasis on, like, exploration. And I have no idea what these gemstones are for. I keep getting gemstones, and I'm not 100% sure what I'm gonna do with all of them. There we go. Lots of money. Alright. Let's go over here and put it back in my... I expanded my tent last night, so I'll be able to put more storage in my tent. Scoutamundo. When playing League of Legends and you face... Check a brush, and there's Dr. Mundo there! Wear them! Bling them out! The DS stylus packs, but Apple pencils. God. Oh, goodness. Hello! I put stuff in my storage. Yeah, put that in storage. What is this? Oh, a sculpture! It's rustic. I'll keep that. I don't need this yet. I don't know what to do with these. I don't need this. Oh, I would love to plant the apple tree. No, I'll just keep these. I'll keep the rest in my inventory. One of the things that you can do with lamps is if you have a lamp and you put it on a space that is colored, it expands out the colored area. So if you have like trees that bear fruit and stuff and they're like just out of reach, you can put lamps down to expand the reach of color, because you can only harvest stuff from plants that are like fully colored and alive and living. Inventory managing. Oh, don't we all just love... my favorite thing about games is when it's a crafting game and you can't you can't automatically craft from stuff in your storage.
I'll support
which
you.
I'm not sure if... I think this game allows you to. I'm not 100% sure yet, though. Hey, Krethian! 2 years on Twitch and being with the fold. Smug. Krethian, thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. It certainly has been a long time. It's been a long time, and not a bad long time. Did it miss your sub? Oh yeah, it don't. At least I don't see. It doesn't appear in my list of things that have happened. You can craft from your storage. Oh, you can craft from your storage in this one? Being better than Animal Crossing. Look at that. Okay, what else do I need? Oh, there's the headphones. Just saw the headphones. Let me go grab them. Sprint, sprint, sprint. Oh, earmuffs. Actually. Gotta have earmuffs on this island. There we go. Walnut. Look at this dude. Can you like look at this? Look at this. Look at his neck. His neck is literally as long. His neck is as long as the whole rest of his body is. He's very interesting. Minecraft badly needs a storage update. I'm surprised that Minecraft still doesn't let you do that. Like, I know you could argue that it's for strategy, but is there anybody here who likes having the separation of church and state with the storage and the crafting? Is there anybody who like finds it a really enhancing feature of a game? Even if it's just like only for that particular game that you like it. Is there anybody who... It mentioned the subreversary. The indicator vanishes when you go to type a message. Huh. Twitch is messing up today, is what is 100% for sure. Hey, Lapis! There we go, there we go. Thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. I'm glad that it's gone. Congrats on being born a fold baby! Hey, Volumes. And that's a baby. They're coming out with a couple things, the new storage bags. See, so far nobody has wanted to step forward and mention that they are the person who likes to have their storage separate from their crafting. So I'm starting to think that it should just be a default requirement where possible. Hello. Hey, you found them! I just love my lucky earmuffs. What better way to block out the screams coming from unopened mail, right? Got some spirit wood. Alright. Do you want more help? Hey there, Stamp Champ! I'm glad you stopped by. Have you noticed any imps running around with a bubble over their head? I have. What's their deal? I applaud your keen observation. Those are hungry imps. They're crying out for something to eat. But imps are very picky. They'll only eat a specific item they're craving. If you feed it to them, they'll happily give you something in return. Okay, but how do I feed them? They run away from me. I mentioned this because of those hungry imps made off with a letter of mine. I was hoping you could get it back for me. So would you like me to tell you the secret to feeding hungry imps? Yes. Oh. They'll show you what they crave with the bubble over the head. Don't just walk up to a hungry imp. They will get scared and vanish. Keep your distance so the imp is comfortable. You'll need to throw the item they crave to them. Hold the item in your hand and drag back to... Okay, okay! Here, take it! Like, okay. If the item lands near the imp, they should eat it. If you miss, don't worry. You can pick the item back up and try again. After the hungry imp eats the item, they will show their happiness with a heart. You can tap a happy imp to approach and they'll give you something as thanks. Come back when you've got my letter. Okay. Interesting. I have been wondering what to do about them. I didn't know that you could throw things in this game in such a manner. Alright, let's go look for a hungry imp, I guess. I usually see hungry imps by the seaside. That's where I saw them all last night anyways. Ooh, shell. Ordering Chinese is expensive. I had one food eating out recently for the first time in like a year. Eating out is so nice. I'm so excited to be like fully vaccinated so that I can eat food from restaurants without fear. Not that
I'll support you.
Not that it was necessarily unsafe before. I was just uncomfortable. Hey Rianku! Hi! Thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold, and thank you for letting the Bit Pony ride as well. Chinese food is so cheap where you live, so it's got to be your city making things expensive. Unless it's fancy Chinese food, because you can have fancy high-class versions. Okay. I'm gonna throw the spirit wood to the fire because I want the like little quest indicator off the screen. Here's a log. Here's another one. Okay, so there's 2 more logs out there that I should theoretically be able to get today. Oh, potato! Do I have a potato? I have a potato! Would you like a potato? Hold this potato. I'm gonna throw this potato at you. Get ready! Oh my god, I missed. Oh, it's eating it anyways! Eat the potato! Eat the potato! Oh my god, look at it go! I think that bitch just stole my potato. Hey! Oh, there he goes. He's happy again. Hey! Hello! And we got the letter. Okay, so this is probably one of the spirit logs that we need. Potato Ninja. The McDonald's combo is $3. With delivery, oh, with delivery fees. The cheapest one you can find is still $10 and you need to feed 2 people, so it's 20 plus delivery costs. which is expensive since you can go to other areas of your state, order Chinese food, and end up paying about $15 for 3 food combos? Good lord! What state do you live in? Let me go! Got it. I see, Crethian. I hope the rollout can get better for y'all. Yeah, here, so like here, every single food, like here eating out, I don't live in the city of Seattle, just to be clear. I live in the suburbs because I love money and I like having it and I don't like spending it all on rent. So like here, even in restaurants that are on the outskirts of the city, you're looking at like minimum, like the cheapest appetizers that I've seen are still $8 or $9. So you're looking at like all food up here is very expensive. I would love to be able to get Chinese food for $5. Obviously that's a problem with where I'm living though, more so than anything else, because they gotta pay their location costs and that's how they do it. Damn straight, Chase! So excited to go to restaurants. I have no... Well, I don't know. I don't know when I'm gonna go to a restaurant in person because of the whole gluten thing. It's gonna be weird though. I'm... Like, they said that you can go maskless, so like a week... Next Monday, I'll be able to theoretically go maskless because I'm fully vaccinated. I don't know that I'm gonna be comfortable enough to do that though. I'm probably still gonna be wearing my mask. Maybe not like outside, not in places where there's not a lot of people, but like grocery stores and stuff like that. I don't know. I just don't know that I'm gonna feel super comfortable. Almost everywhere that I have to physically go outside of the house, I still have to wear masks because it's like doctor's offices. So I don't know. No, I want. Thank you. Harvest this tree. Takeout food has huge portions in the US and the cost is way lower. That is correct. In general. Oh, is it? Come to Texas, y'all. Near the border to Oklahoma. Oh, I'm sure things are cheap near the border to Oklahoma. I drove through Oklahoma getting to Texas one time and I was like, look at this whole state. It's rolling hills and trees and nothing else. Which I come from Kansas, so I feel like I'm allowed to say that considering. All right, let me go give him this letter. One thing that I do enjoy about this game is I think that the music in general is very, like, pleasing and nice. Have you guys been able to hear it very well? Do I need to turn it up for your enjoyment? It's still recommended to wear a mask even while vaccinated. It's not by the CDC anymore, actually. A couple of days ago, or last week sometime, they put out and they said if you're fully vaccinated, but which for them fully vaccinated means 2 weeks after your second after either your J&J or the second dose of your 2-dose regimen. 2 weeks after you're fully vaccinated and you theoretically don't need to wear masks anymore unless there's masks mandates or you're near a prison, a nursing home, a hospital, or like you're going near somebody who's like high risk are the things. Chase, they found out that masks also protect the wearer a little bit, so that's nice. You know it's Indiana? In Indiana, corn. Yeah. Oh, good night, Smee! Thank you for coming! You can hear it a bit? Let me turn it up for you guys, because it's very nice. Let's see. How's that? Is that better? Is that a little bit nicer? Oh, yeah, no, people, it's weird to see. I went to my nutrition. Oh my God, guys, so fun thing. So my nutritionist, so I'm seeing a lot of people right now. I'm seeing a nutritionist to help me basically combat the effects of not having an appetite, right? Because from my chronic illness. As it turns out, I've discovered from like talking to an actual nutritionist, me not having an appetite is like kind of me not having an appetite and my stomach being really fragile and babyish. These are the two origins of most of my problems. So my nutritionist suggested I get this, which is like collagen proteins in a powder. And you guys have known me for a long time, so some of you will remember the time that I tried a bunch of different protein powders, and I used to have like a little thing on stream to help you guys make me drink the protein powders, but they were just like too harsh on my stomach. I couldn't actually do them. So my nutritionist recommended this, and I've been taking it's just like, it's literally just powder. It's just powder that you put into your drink. If you only do one scoop, you can't really taste it, so that's nice. But, the thing that I wanted to say was that my lips came back. Like, you guys know I've had chapped lips for forever because of my thyroid. Well, it turns out it wasn't all 100% because of my thyroid. It was also because I wasn't getting enough protein in my body physically to restore my cells. So my lips got bigger. My lips got bigger and they stopped being chapped, and it's so weird. I think it's so weird. Like, it's cool, but it's weird. It's fine. Opening your inside to customers, and it's a lot of different customers. Good night, Queen. Oh, wait. Never mind. Not good night, Queen. You're still here. You're not going to sleep yet. I paused the chat. That's what happened. I had scrolled very slightly. Hello, Nima Beatrice. Hello. Yeah, there are a lot of people who are in disagreement with the CDC issuing that guidance. I'm okay with it. I don't super yay for lips. Oh, and cheers, J Phoenix. Just like vaccinations also protect everyone, we don't have the full research on if it's possible to pass on COVID while fully vaccinated. We do have some research on that, actually. We don't have like 100% conclusive research, but we found that in people who are fully vaccinated, the virus doesn't replicate as much. So even like vaccinated people can still carry the virus, but their viral load is less than people who aren't vaccinated. So even like if you catch it and it's in your lungs and like your body's still fighting it off and you don't know that like you've caught it but you're not actually sick because you're vaccinated, your body's gonna fight it off, but you're carrying it for that time being, your viral loads are still lesser overall, which is fun. Here you go. I bet that hungry imp was pleased you fed them. Did it give you anything else in return? Nothing. I think you're pulling my leg. I've never heard of a hungry imp being ungrateful when you feed them. Since we're talking about imps, I should tell you about imp essence. Hungry imps often drop essence in appreciation. It's handy for crafting food and other useful things. Well, I hope that was helpful. Talk to you later. Alright. Thank you for the spirit lock. No. Now all I gotta do is fish. Oh, he's at full heart! What, I don't get more color for full heart? Whatever. Forget you. Forget you. Let's go here. Locks down borders longer. Need to figure out how to stop chewing yours because it's not cute. Yeah, the only reason I chew my lips is because they're dry. I'm not sure if you're the same way. You're playing Pokemon Snap. It's the good morning problem all over again. Yeah, so here's the thing about the CDC's like vaccine. The thing, like, so it's, there's no winning. There's no winning with this. There's just no winning. So the truth is that people who are fully vaccinated, it is safe for people who are fully vaccinated to go out without masks. That's 100% true. And in certain places in America, it is also safer in general to be without a mask because more people are vaccinated. Obviously, if you're the only vaccinated person in an area where literally everybody else is unvaccinated, that's still extremely dangerous for you to go maskless because you can still catch the coronavirus even after you've been vaccinated, even though the chance is extremely, extremely small. And yeah, obviously people are, like, there's a ton of bad faith actors out there with the coronavirus pandemic who will take the CDC's recommendation here and use it to justify their bad behavior and all of that kind of stuff, just like they have been doing for ages this whole time. And there's also lots of people who are saying that this means the pandemic is over. This is also not the first time that this has happened. Anytime anywhere lifts any restrictions, people think the pandemic is over. Anytime, like, caseloads go down, people think the pandemic is over. People think the pandemic is over for a lot of different reasons. So I understand that there's a lot of people who are out there and who are fearful that the CDC has given this guidance because they worry that it means that more people will go maskless even if they aren't vaccinated. And it's not that that's not a valid worry. That is a very valid worry. It's just that there's no helping that. That was always going to happen no matter what. And I can't really see a better recommendation that the CDC could have issued when they were specifically updating what can vaccinated people do and not do safely. Like, that was the data that they got, and that was the particular thing that they were updating. They weren't necessarily saying any vaccinated person can go without a mask at all times. Like, even in their own announcement, they didn't say that. But, like, some people are gonna take it that way, and, like, you can't help that. I don't know. So I do understand people's frustrations with it, and I do understand the fear, I think, that is gripping a lot of people. Like, I think more than anything else, the CDC issuing the fact that, like, you don't need a mask anymore if you're vaccinated, I think that unleashed a ripple of fear among people who are already vaccinated, people who have been very cautious about the coronavirus pandemic this whole time. Because people who have been obeying guidance with masks and washing hands and all that kind of thing are more fearful of unvaccinated people than, like, literally anything else at this point, right? Yeah, people have been saying the pandemic is over since the pandemic started. So for me, I don't really see this as anything different than what's been happening, but people are treating it like it's new. It's very weird for me because, like, I'm like, the CDC has been doing this and we've been having this, like, unproductive response to it as a nation collectively. We've been having these unproductive responses to science issued by the CDC for the entirety of the pandemic. But I think the reason that this one is coming out and, like, seeming like a much bigger deal is because now it's not just the fears of the unvaccinated people getting stoked, it's the fears of the ultra cautious who are already vaccinated also getting stoked, because now we don't have the visual differentiator of people wearing masks. So yeah. Some people, your family. Hey, Liger! For you, an interesting takeaway is that the common idea that America is a world leader is highly problematic, because while America likes being a world leader, they do everything for America. So, like, the CDC is respected worldwide and followed by many health organizations the world over, but in the end, the decisions are made for the US and not for the world guidance. Yeah, I would agree. I would say that that is definitely the thing that, like, the world should consider, is that maybe, like, again, CDC could be respected, but you should probably follow the World Health Organization's guidelines or your own country's guidelines more so than America's guidelines when we're giving guidelines for us, as you said. You're fearful that we developed countries are going to open up and ignore everyone. Oh, yeah. I have absolutely no ideas about a second wave because that's just possible. That's just completely possible. We at least, the US, are not on track to ignoring the rest of the world. In fact, Biden just announced yesterday that we're going to be giving 80 million vaccines to the rest of the world, and he is like basically made a speech about how America is not going to let Russia and China be the world leaders in distributing vaccines. So, like, funnily enough, our weird international political dynamics that are happening right now are gonna help probably the whole world get vaccinated, because Russia and China and us are gonna be fighting everybody to see who gets to vaccinate people the fastest for influence points. So that's fun. Like, it's always fun when, like, our national interest aligns with the greater good of the world. Because that means that, like, we're actually gonna do it. A good healthy competition, the time that it's working to help people. Hey! So hopefully that is gonna continue being the case. Different countries have different vulnerabilities to the virus. Yeah. Ooh, good luck to your future boss. As soon as you've had enough vaccines for Canada, you'll be donating all the extra vaccines you don't need. I mean, it's hard though, because like, it's like a human nature. I think like, or at least like wanting to make sure that you and your friends are all taken care of before you start taking care of strangers is such a human nature thing. So it's like funny to see that like all of these developed nations are going through the same thing where everyone's like, I want vaccines, give me the vaccines, and then like they get the vaccines and then they're like, give me more vaccines, and people are like, you already, like with America, like we have enough vaccines for us, but we're like, no, we're gonna sit on our vaccine hoard for a little while because we want to make sure that we're super fine and safe. And you're kind of seeing that happen with other countries, as like everybody wants to get their population fully vaccinated, obviously, before they worry about prioritizing other places. And it's like, I can't even say that that's a wrong feeling to have. The concern is when you're stockpiling stuff that other places can't use, or when you're not aiding the global effort, which desperately needs to happen. Yeah, I really wish the pandemic wasn't political as well. Hey, Coop! This game is quite adorable. I'm supposed to be fishing. This game is very, very adorable. It runs on the real world time. Wow, there are no fish in the water. COVID cases have been rare, but there's some outbreaks, but it's been limited. The only issue is vaccine rollout is low. So you're vulnerable, but it's like there's not that many people there with the virus, so it's not as much of a concern. I can see that. They could have done it without keeping the patents, especially since they had no issue using developing countries as test sites. Well, as far as I know, only Johnson & Johnson used developing... They did it in Brazil, South Africa, the US, and the UK. But I don't know, the patent issue, I looked into the patent... Because I was like, what? Because, like, you know, I was like... They were like, release the patents, and then Germany was like, no, don't. And I was like, Germany? I was like, Germany, what are you doing? So I, like, looked into the patent issue because I was like, why... Like, it seems like something that should be able to be done. But, and like, so, like, this gets into the problem of, like, we are a capitalistic society and everything is influenced by capitalism, so, like, we're trapped by these structures, right? But the argument is that, essentially, if you lift the patents, then the companies who spent the billions of dollars to develop the coronavirus vaccines won't be able to recoup any of that money. And so in the future, companies won't be willing to rapidly develop vaccines in response to pandemics because they know that there's not going to be any money for it. So why would they spend billions of dollars to do that? And more importantly, actually, Germany was just arguing that there's a way to share the technology without actually getting rid of the patents and making those health companies like basically go under. So there's like a different way to do it, but like, why are we even patenting? Like, I understand why, but like, why are we patenting health? It's fine, but like, why have we set ourselves up for these kinds of problems in this way when it's like, oh, maybe like healthcare, I don't know, because if everything's capitalistic, right, then like if you don't patent stuff, then there's no incentive for people to develop new treatments so that they can capture new markets, right? So like we've messed ourselves up from the base with this situation where you can patent health information in order to make a profit off of it, and it makes everything so it's fine. We don't need to talk about it. Avia Raid, hello! Aw, thank you! Thank you for dropping in. I hope you have a really nice rest of your day. Thank you for subscribing. Welcome back to the fold. They're looking at releasing the patent liabilities. Yeah, not sure that would matter. And Pfizer and Moderna released the patents already? That's awesome. Did they? Is that what you meant when you said that? Let me see it. Most of the leading companies were given billions to develop them. Yeah, you're right. Part of the reason is capitalistic choice. Universal income. Healthcare becoming a consumer-based business really, really sucks. Yeah. I agree. I 100% agree. I'm so sorry. Also, like, as a nurse, thank you. Thank you for dedicating so much of your time to helping other people be healthy, especially in now, but also generally. If government controls health development, there's no freedom of private institutions to develop things. Yeah, because that's the other thing. Like, because, like, also our current system, so, like, if we're getting into the realms of, like, disability, and, I mean, like, disregarding class and, like, money issues and the ways that all impacts things, it's also problematic for disability and, like, chronic illness and stuff like that, because there's less of an incentive to investigate and cure certain diseases because people think there's not as much money in them, there's just not as much research, there's not enough people to make it worthwhile, like, the profit margins wouldn't be right. So we've got all these, like, areas for research that could really improve people's lives that nobody's really doing anything with because they're like, where's the profit? And, like, that's also so unfortunate. Which I think Biden's working on setting up some kind of national, like, basically, like, renewing, like, bringing back to life America's investments in, like, healthcare and research and stuff. So that could potentially be neat. It's amazing how much has changed. Moderna isn't enforcing their patents. Hell yeah, Moderna. Hell yeah, Moderna. Yes, there's a lot of people out there who appreciate what you do. There's a lot of people out there. For research, it's better private, but things like hospitals and insurance, not so much. For research and development, yeah, solely government or solely private is seriously problematic. Yeah, it's very, there's been a lot of interesting things that the administration is doing that, like, doesn't really catch headlines so much that I, like, there's a bipartisan bill that they're working on to pass, I'm not bipartisan, what a weird, a bipartisan bill that they're working on to pass funding for basically innovation research, so, like, tech innovation, essentially. They're working on the government injecting a bunch of money to be able to give to American institutions who are wanting to advance tech. That's really cool. We haven't had that in, like, 20, 30 years or something. I'd love some of that again. There's a lot of interesting things like that that, like, are potentially in the works, and with a heavy emphasis on potentially. Yeah. And Chase, you're right. You're right that, like, even if we wanted to globally distribute vaccines, it would be really difficult for us because like, one of the things about being a deeply impoverished nation, impoverished by centuries of, like, horrible treatment at the hands of people who are literally trying to extract every bit of value from your nation and your people as they can. One of the things about that is that you don't get to set up proper infrastructure. So roads, hospitals, bridges, airports, stuff like that, we don't necessarily have the infrastructure to be able to transport things, and we don't have the, like, tools, the refrigeration, temperatures, the trained nurses. Like, we don't have a lot of the things that we would need in order to roll out this stuff in developing countries in a way that, like, would be satisfyingly quick and good. And that's again, it's like we've shot ourselves in the foot because we've done this collectively. If we're looking at, like, the globe, right? We've allowed certain nations to just continue suffering in, like, a ridiculous level of poverty that is completely inhumane, essentially. And now because of that, we find that when it comes to global pandemics and probably lots of other things out there, we're disadvantaged as a species. Which is, like, probably, like, the least compelling argument to me about why we should, like, help impoverished nations. But, like, if you're the kind of person who needs to have a reason that it benefits you in order to help impoverished nations, this is one. This is one of them. Yeah, there's a lot of potential issues. So, what I'm saying is, this is a great time to restate how deeply important long-term planning and inclusive development of things is. Because we would create a lot fewer problems for ourselves if we just, I don't know, anticipated, if we just thought beyond ourselves more, which I understand is difficult for America. And most countries, probably. But anyways, let me go. Wait, I might actually already have enough uncommon fish. Okay, I've got a rare fish. I've got 2 rare fish. So I only need one more uncommon fish, and then he's got enough. And we'll be able to expand out our little campfire area. Clicker games and real convos. I have a feeling the ugly loach is a common. Yeah, common. So mean, you don't gotta call it ugly. I'm out of stuff on my backpack. Oh, there's 2 ways to go up here now. This must have expanded the island area then. Yeah, we live in an interesting time. We live in an interesting time in general. My major solace is in all of the cool tech stuff that's happening that's gonna solve a lot of problems. I'm just like, yay, look at all the tech things solving problems! Look at all the investments being made and stuff like that. I mentioned earlier in the Discord like a couple days ago that I spend a lot of my time researching basically positive news. Like I research a lot of like stuff about climate change, global warming, clean technology, ways that we're improving, because it makes me feel a lot better, especially when, you know, our media definitely wants us to pay attention to all the trash fires that are happening and not so much to any good things that are and if good things happen, then they're secretly bad things. Here we go. Got some pear trees. Put more stuff in my storage. The thing is, I don't actually know what I need and what I don't need. I guess I'll just put, like, most of the food away. And these gems. Because I don't even really know what I'm gonna be using them for. And back down we go. I'm gonna see if there's anything that I can give to the guy to put into his, collection. Bam, yeah, there were a lot of things. There you go. Whoa! That was a lot of money! 1,500 bucks! Heck yeah! Got over 5K again. At 10K, I can expand the shop or expand my tent. Thank you. Alright. Then you also get stuff for completing badges, which are like little achievements. Basically what I'm saying is this game is... I can't tell if this game is a completionist's dream or the kind of thing that a completionist doesn't want, but there's certainly a lot of things to complete if you like to sink your teeth into that kind of thing. Alright. Fish. Well, there's no room for more ducks. Don't worry about the ducks. Mysterious wicker ornament crafting recipe. Okay. Again, not unlike Animal Crossing, you can also find crafting recipes inside of... Hello. Longnose Ling, are you uncommon? You are! Perfect. Hello. Please eat your fish. Hmm? Oh, okay, never mind. I'm not allowed to give him rare fish. I have to give him strictly uncommon fish. So it's not about it being more rare fish, it's about it being exclusively uncommon fish. So let's go find more places to fish. He can't afford my rare fish. He sure can! Give me his freaking spirit log! I'll show him that he can afford it. I want to expand my lovely area. Hello. Okay, you're uncommon, so I think I only need one more now. I will say that the fish AI is better in this than in Animal Crossing. The fishing works mostly the same way, but you're not, like, only one fish at a time will go for your little thingy, so you don't lose fish by fishing, or, like, throw out the fish and it lands on the other fish so the fish swims away kind of thing. That doesn't happen. Hello. Oh, you're a slow kind of fish, aren't you? What are you? You're not a fish. And then it's 25K. Here you go. Ah, at last, a 3-course meal. Whoa, whoa, whoa. All 3 in one gulp. Have you ever tried snapping a rare fish in your beak and letting it slide down your gullet? My inner bird thanks ye, young sailor. Ye have set me right. There he goes. This is our bear bird friend. Ooh, we went straight into the second heart. Thank you. Can I give you something? This. There you go. Thank you, friend. Joyous bird essence crafting recipe. Tight! We are now in Technicolor. I can't wait until all of the I'm really big on games that like fill things up with color or clean up dirty looking things into pretty looking ones. I really like games that let you feel that sense of progression in that way. Remember, sailor, don't swing your rod too close to a fish when you cast, or you might scare him right off. Okay. There we go. All right, let's go expand our campfire. Color is really powerful, yeah. Delicious! Just one final log and I'll be full. Oh wait, here you go. Wonderful! My flame is roaring! And there's an odor wafting in from beyond. Is that fresh-baked bread? Huh. Usually such an irresistible smell, but not this time. There are 12 lost souls still hidden on this island, and I think we've just uncovered one more. Let's go find our new friend. Maybe they're up here. We haven't seen any character. Yes! Good. I wanted this area to be colorful. Hello. Whoa, what are you? Oh, wow! They told me there was a new kid in town. But they didn't tell me you were so fashionable. That outfit really brings out your eyes. I'm Allison Fisher, your local Baker Bear, by the way. Pleased to meet you, Bright Eyes. Yeah, pleased to meet you too. It's not every day that I get to meet a new Cozy Grove resident. I think we should celebrate with some red velvet cupcakes. What do you say? I say yes. Let me see, where's my recipe book? Oh, sheesh, it's gone missing again. Now I know what you're thinking. Come on, you're a baker, just improvise. Red velvet's a tricky mix, though. I think the red comes from beets. But it might be ketchup. Sure, ketchup, let's go with that. Too bad I used my last bottle on yesterday's cherry pie. If you find any of the red stuff lying around, let me know. I'll pay you back in delicious cupcakes. Well, this is great. I see why the baked bread didn't smell good. Oh dear. Hey Dawn, how are you? The fire super looks like Calcifer.
I'll support you.
Hey, Cece! Thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. How are you? You recognize these names. Improvisational baking sounds like a bad idea. Yeah, I feel like improvisational baking is a lot harder to do than, like, cooking is. Do I have another... I do, I have a yam for you. Would you like a yam? There's a yam right next to you! It's right there! Oh my gosh. Come back. Where'd it go? There it is. Alright, ask for the yam. There we go. Eat the yam. Aw, happy birthday to your younger sister. That's lovely. I'm liking this game. There's some things about it that are a little frustrating, but overall I'm liking it. Oh. Thank you for all of the money. Is that all you gave me? Is just the money? Not that I am complaining, of course. I do love the money. However... Okay. What's up? My trees and I have decided that we like you, little fauna. You have an arboreal quality. My friend Kipling found an unusual sheet stuck between his pages. Leaves. You need a nap, but you still have 5 weeks before you can take a nap. Is 5 weeks when summer break starts? But you would avoid trying. Hey, Bully Birdie, how are you? Last day is June 11th. Oh, I'm so sorry. Maybe, well... Teaching is hard. That's all I've got to say is that teaching is hard. I'm sorry, Cece. You're actually at work right now. Many people seem to be. When I saw it, I thought to myself, perhaps it belongs in that scat's forest. Please take it with my gratitude. Just give me a sheet. Thank you for my sheet. Alright, is there... You seem a decent sort, little fauna, but your bipedal brethren can be so destructive. I've heard stories of humans cutting down grand old trees just so they could count the rings. But isn't it so much nobler to create something than to destroy it? So much more meaningful. Thank you for that input, Tree Bear. 3.5 weeks? 3.5 weeks is better. That's better. Oh, you moved yesterday. Ooh. You must be exhausted. Moving is always just the most exhausting thing. One of the most exhausting things you could do is moving. I was looking out my window yesterday, Because, again, as a lot of you know, I've moved like every year up until 2020, I had moved every year since 2015, basically. So I was like looking out my window and being like, oh, it's weird. Like, I noticed that it's really windy in the Pacific Northwest and it's like kind of gloomy. And that sounds like something that I should have noticed before, and I did, kind of. But there's a different kind of noticing that happens when it's like a place that you've been for a while and it feels like it's your neighborhood than the kind of noticing that happens when you're just like always on the move and like you're out and about and you're seeing trees move a lot, but like it's not like, I don't know, they're just new trees in a place and you're gonna forget about them after you move again, right? It's been really interesting to kind of see how nice it is to stay in one place and like get a feel for the neighborhood and like know where things are and like feel like the weather has a personality. You know? Moved and manual labor job. Oh, wah, wah. I'm sorry, Bully Birdie. That's so close, but there's so much to do. Don't worry, Cece. I'm sure I don't need to tell you how long the days can be when you need them to be very long, so you can get lots of stuff done. All right, we're on the hunt for ketchup. Everybody look for the ketchup. Whoa, that's a big fish! Hang on, I gotta get this big fish. Yeah, big fish! Flatfish, okay, nice. I'll take it. Maybe the big fish was actually the ketchup that we made along the way. You can sometimes find objects like hidden in the grass and other things like that. I should look for beets instead, I agree. I love that she was like, maybe it's beets, nah, it's ketchup. It's ketchup just like the cherry pie I made yesterday, which makes me so concerned about that cherry pie. But you know what? I can't tell whether real cherry pie or ketchup cherry pie would have more sugar. It's kind of hard to say. Why are we like this? America. It's America's fault. Another gentle friend fish. Where's the ketchup? Show me the ketchup! Wow, the island has grown just in the time that we've been playing. I don't actually know where anything is anymore.
I'll support you.
I love that the island grows, but it is frustrating to always have to figure out where stuff is. Hey, Bryce! Aw, thank you! I am doing fairly well now, thank you. And thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. Anybody seen any ketchup? Cherry pie doesn't even need coloring. Oh, here's a ketchup. Oh, yeah. If it's on the black and white part, then it's not gonna be red, obviously. It's not gonna look like ketchup, and I've been looking for red stuff. What is this whole section of beach that is new? Where'd my old friend go? Here he is, down here. Do we see any red ketchup? Hang on, let me go back to this guy and see if I can read him anything, because I'm gonna run out of space in my inventory. Ooh, a lot more money again.
I'll support you.
Hey, Cobalt Custard! Thank you also for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. A red thing out of the corner? It is actually a bottle of ketchup. Oh god, I remember the Shrek ketchups. Do you guys remember the Shrek ketchups? The green and purple ketchup that was like real and actually existed? That America did? Yeah. My parents ordered that for like once that came in, my parents ordered it for like 6 months. So like probably for the entire duration that was available as a product. Green and purple for sure. I don't think we ever did blue or anything. I mean, I'd imagine that they must not have been the healthiest or something, if that, like, they must have, I don't know, cost a lot to make, maybe the added food coloring, I don't know. I believe they were because of Shrek. The green one was for sure because of Shrek. Because I remember because it was right after, was it Shrek 2 had come out? I remember because we went to see it and then we got green ketchup and we had French fries with the green ketchup. You didn't have an ad campaign in Canada? Got it. So there was no association. I'm gonna try this area, which might be a bit easier because this area is colored in. Has anybody seen any of the bottles of ketchup in the stream? You can tell me if you see the ketchup, just tell me where it is. It's not a spoiler. I won't mind backseating if you're telling me where the ketchup is. Oh, there's a ketchup! Alright, 2 out of 3. Close to a giant clamshell. That's on the beach for sure. Shrek 2 is really good. Shrek 2 is my favorite Shrek. I really liked it as a kid, mostly for the the remix of, was it I Will Survive? Oh, I Need a Hero! I like it for bringing that song back into vogue. I'm never a hero till the end of the night. My friend had the Shrek soundtrack and we listened to it. Holy crap, now that I'm thinking about it, Shrek was like a big part of my childhood, I guess. I guess it was. Yeah, exactly, Chase. See, okay, so we all share our favorite part, which is just that montage at the end of the movie is the best one. Shrek 1 holds up? I think Shrek 1 holds up as well, but Shrek 2 is for sure the one that I enjoyed more. I haven't seen it in a while, I might need to. The Shrek soundtracks were so good. We're looking for like a clamshell. They said it was on the beach somewhere. Next to a giant clamshell. The DVD had great features. You did, Jay Phoenix. Ooh, I mean, I feel all of you. It's like my favorite part of all of Shrek is that song montage. Honestly, they just did a really good job with it. Like, it's a really great, like, they picked the right song. It has the right kind of urgency. It's building. It's diegetic. It's like in universe. The song is.
Grab your sword
the
and
momentum.
dance the horde.
Hey, Norian, hello! Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Hi. Judgment. What is Judgment? It sounds scary. Is it a scary game? Welcome in, Raiders. Hello, my name is Cara. I go by Cheritomo. I'm a narrative designer for video games as well as a streamer. I like to play cozy chill games and also sometimes narrative-based games so that I can talk about narrative design, which I enjoy doing. So if that interests you, you should follow. Otherwise, enjoy your stay. The Not Yakuza game? That doesn't even look like it is a shell. It's a glowing bulbous shell, like with these little... Jessica FRM, thank you for following. Enjoy your apprenticeship here. Has anybody found the ketchup on the beach that we're looking for? Maybe it's not... Ooh. Maybe it's not actually on the beach, though. Very Ace Attorney. Ooh. That sounds good. My favorite thing about like 90s / early 2000s stuff is that like it's the like as shallow as the 90s were and as many issues as the 90s had for most people, like kind of as a factor as a because of the fact that like culture was so specifically just targeted to white people at the time, because like as we've developed over the last few years, we've gotten more and more multicultural representation in our media. But like the 90s was still the time when it was like, oh my god, there's a black person. At least for me, like the 90s was a time when I was watching, I was in 5th grade and I was watching The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air at like 11 p.m. at night, and it went to commercial. And there was a commercial that just starred a black guy. Just one black guy. And it was the first time that I had ever seen a commercial where just a person of color was in it. And it wasn't like, this is a commercial about this family of color, but they have their white neighbors who are watching over them and making sure they're in line. Because, like, that's all of the commercials in the 90s when they had people of color in them had to also have white people around them who were, like, who were like literally like they would have the black family like like barbecuing in their backyard selling like barbecue grills, and then they would pan over the fence and their like white neighbors are like, oh my god, I want to come eat that delicious barbecue, haha. So multicultural. So like the 90s was still the first time that I remember seeing a commercial with just a black person in it without any white people in there needing to like be like like I don't know, making it more achievable, more relatable to white people. I don't know. So it's like wild to me to like, I've been revisiting a lot of 90s music and 90s shows and stuff, and it's wild to feel that optimism and that like joy that this specific segment of the population was feeling. This like specifically the like white heterosexual like you guys most of you remember growing up in the 90s. You remember what culture was like. Everything was hegemonic. It was like we were all the same. They just pretended like we were all the same. We were all like our parents, 2.5 kids in a house. That's how they expected it. Everybody's white. Everybody goes to church. That's how they expected everybody who watched TV to like understand the world. Like everything was geared for that specific middle class white audience. And it's like wild to me how happy the 90s must have been for people who fit into that category, because all of the music is so like shallow in a wonderful way. Shallow in this way that is just like people didn't have cares about more important things. And again, that's like it's the thing that can only really come with privilege. So that's why I'm like qualifying like that this is like a white middle class thing in America, at least, because like if you were poor, that wasn't your experience. If you were gay, that wasn't your experience. If you were of color, that wasn't your experience. So like obviously there's tons of people that like, if you're not from white culture, if you're like Hispanic or black or whatever, an immigrant, none of these are like gonna speak to you. But that specific target audience that everyone was targeting was so happy back in the day. Just nothing to worry about. And it's like, it's wild to me in hindsight that there was such a stark division in class with people who like were constantly cognizant of suffering, and then this other section of the population that was like super sheltered from it, actually. And it's just like kind of delightful to go back and revisit that like sense of, I don't know, sense of just like everybody was so chill and like happy, and all of the things everybody was getting upset about were unimportant, pretty much. Like, it's wild. Rodgers and Hammerstein's Cinderella, though. Oh, yeah, though. Their white chaperone, yes. You remember not relating to 90s shows at all, right? Right? The first Aunt Viv. Yeah. There was a whole thing with the old actor who played Aunt Viv that was a reason that they got rid of her. I believe at the time she was struggling with some addiction issues, so, and it was like making it hard to work with her. So then, but I agree, like the original Aunt Viv was just like had way more personality. I agree. You liked both Aunt Vivs, but they did do first Aunt Viv dirty. It's very weird, blissful, ignorant. It's just like, I don't know. It's like, it's one of those things where it's like, it's funny. No, it's not funny. Funny's not the right word. But like, it's interesting to me that like, again, like, I've been thinking a lot about the differences between white culture and black culture because it's become like a topic of conversation among my friend group back home. So, and most of my friend group back home are white and like grew up white, grew up very like waspy, middle class, goes to church, only white people in your town kind of thing. So like I get to compare and contrast my experience of growing up with my friends who have like the most quintessential American small town white dominated like growing experience, right? And I'm like, what, like it, and it just fascinates to me how much the moment that I like to compare it to is when, and I'm sorry to bring this memory back, but when Donald Trump got elected, I remember like getting up the day after and like sitting down to do work and hearing from all of my white friends how severely depressed they were and how like they didn't like get anything done for a week. They were just like so shocked and so horrified, and there was so much for them to process, and that's all very valid. Like processing that all is very like makes sense. But also it was just wild to me because I'm like, this is not like, I have known America is like this. This is not a surprise to me. I got up and I ate breakfast and I went to work and I kept working, and me and like my other friends of color, I was like, is this happening to you too? And they were like, it is happening. What's wrong with the white people around us? And it was like so interesting that our experiences were so different that for a lot of the white people around me, Trump was like the first moment that they like actually realized that the people that I had been telling them about for years that were real, like racist people exist and they're not the minority, but like that was the first moment that they realized that that actually might maybe be true. And it was like a lot for them to process. They had to mourn it. They had to go through and like mourn their conception of America. And now we're obviously in this position where thankfully a lot of people are a lot further along in understanding like the realities of like the 90s that we grew up in was a lie and was a very false image and like a very neat like wallpapering over a lot of issues in America. But like the process of taking off that wallpaper for all of my friends is like a very like painful, rough process that they don't really want to do because for them the wallpaper is an option that they have the ability to put back on. And for like me and some of my other friends, it's not like the wallpaper is gone. We don't get the option to put it back on, so we don't get to ever pretend in bliss that America is good and has been good. But for a lot of white people, like they really do just want to go back to the time when America was nice, even though that time didn't actually exist. And like I can't even blame them because I feel like if I had lived through a time where I felt so deeply certain that the world was fine and like fair and everything was good, then like obviously I would want to go back to that, right? It's so interesting. You're not surprised at all either. But how they recast her, I don't know anything about how they recast Aunt Viv. Remember when global warming was just Al Gore rambling? Do you remember? Violet, it's extremely frustrating. It's extreme, cause like, man, it feels so much like being gaslit, Violet. It feels so much like being gaslit because I'm like, it's like literally, this isn't even an exaggeration. I've had this conversation like 200 times where I will like sit down with a friend and I'll be like, I'm in pain. And they'll be like, and I'll be like, I'm in a lot of pain for these reasons and this is what's happening. And they're like, and I'm like, this fact right here, this hurts and is causing me pain. And literally none of that will be retained by them. It's like when I say that I'm in pain, they think that my pain is 1/5 of the pain that a normal human would feel, so it doesn't require, like, they don't remember it, they don't store it, and they don't treat me with the empathy that they would a white person who is in pain. And so, and like, this happens constantly. It happens very constantly, and it's very weird because, like, you notice, right? Like, you notice when you have a friend who has, like, the same mental health conditions as you, and they get treated very kindly, and you don't get treated very kindly. Like, you notice these things, but when you try to bring them up, everybody just tells you that you're wrong and that it's not the case, and you're just being, like, mass gaslit by, like, everybody around you, and it's very weird. So, like, all the time, like, I would talk to my friends about racism and how it's real and how it matters and it, like, exists, and they would be like, okay, if you say so. Like, they wouldn't believe me, and I'm like... They wouldn't, but, like, it's just never real for people until they experience it themselves, and I think that that's more true for people whose experiences fall in the dominant experiences that we, like, define any society by. So, like, wherever you are a person and more of your perspective aligns with the dominant narrative of your culture, you are going to have to work, like, 20 times as hard in order to empathize with the experiences of the people around you, because they're going to be so far outside of the frame of your reference. And, like, that sucks. that sucks mostly because I can't tell anybody that they need to learn how to empathize with me. There is literally no way, at least in my 28 years of living so far, that I have been able to figure out how to convince people that I'm actually human and that they need to empathize with me. I've never been able to find, like, when people don't want to empathize with me, they have to realize on their own that they're being pretty racist and that they're not treating me as human, and, like, that can take a long time. And it doesn't really matter what I do on the in-between, because if you don't think of me as human, you're not listening to any of the things that I'm telling you that you're doing wrong. You're not taking any of them seriously, because my pain doesn't matter as much to you as the pain of, you know, an actual human would, you know? Is rough. I'm sorry that so many of you can relate to this, but not surprised. How they recast her is a totally reverse of the original. Yeah. I agree with that. Like, recasting Aunt Viv as, like, a bland housewife was an interesting decision, because, like, they basically just took the, like, that's fine, but they made her into a more culturally white housewife, which is interesting to me. Was an interesting choice that they went with. That's when you learn it's not your job to convince them you're human, like, they're not worth it. Queen, though. How do you deal with that when they're people who've been your friends for years, you know? Like, I grew up in Kansas, and so it took me a while after leaving Kansas to realize that the majority of people in Kansas default to treating me as less than human. It took me a really long time because I had to run into people who treated me as fully human, and I had to, like, be around enough of them that I like, understood what was happening, right? I had to be around enough people who treated me like I was a human in order to understand that everybody else wasn't, and that, like, and that was the difference. And it took me many years to understand that the way that I was treated in Kansas, not by everybody, but by most people, was predicated on this idea that I could feel less. Was predicated on this idea that again, just that I wasn't as human. So that the things that happened to me weren't as... I was expendable. I was expendable to a lot of them. And how do I convince, like, friends that I've had for a long time from there, whose minds haven't changed, who maybe have seen BLM happen, but haven't, and, like, believe in anti-racism, but haven't actually done the work to rid their own minds of the racist biases that they have. Because that's the actual root of the issue here with most interpersonal, like, when it comes to, like, friends, when it comes to work colleagues, when it comes to those kinds of relationships that aren't, like, institutionally based with policies to back them up. It's like, there's people don't do the work of ridding their own racial biases, and everybody needs to. There's no human who grew up in America anyways, alive, who doesn't need to get rid of biases, because they creep in. Even for black people, they creep in. They just creep in. So and it's so hard to see. It's so hard when like people are like championing. I'll give you I'm gonna give a clear example just so that like, because examples with this kind of thing are important. Woo! I hit the button to turn off the game. But one of the so around last August, when the George Floyd Black Lives Matter protests were first starting up, I had a group of friends who are primarily white, and again from Kansas, reach out and be like, hey, like we would love to start an anti-racism book club. Like that would be awesome. Like we're dedicated. We want to learn. Like we want like this is a great, like let's do it. Like it was really fashionable for everybody to be putting together book clubs, right, to educate themselves about racism. It was fashionable at the time. So I was like respectfully, no thank you. Like I explained that in my experience, it like literally has nothing to do with other people, but in my experience, when I'm the only black person, I'm gonna be treated as the voice. Just having those conversations with white people is emotional labor, because I have to listen to that, and I have to like modulate and control my own emotions while this is happening. And on top of that, people look to me as an authority, and like they look to me to explain, and usually not just to explain to them how racism works, but to literally freaking guide them through the emotional aspect of, like, they want me to do the work for them. And I was like, hey, just like, no thanks, like I'm overloaded, this is a lot right now, I'm not into that. That's not something I want to do. And instead of being like, the one black person in that like we're friends with who's like in this message doesn't want to do the anti-racism book club with us, let's continue to do it alone, they instead argued with me and told me how wrong I was about everything that I just said, and that like there's no way that we're gonna be like that. Obviously we're gonna try our best to learn with it. You won't need to teach us what to do. Come on, Cara, it's not that bad. All of that kind of stuff. So first of all, they didn't even take my no. But then second of all, they just didn't do it. They just stopped doing it. They just didn't do it. Like I was like, hey, sorry, I don't want to be like your black spiritual guide guiding you through this path of how to not be racist. And then they just didn't do it anymore. They stopped it. And I'm like, I don't even like, and like this was them like making an effort to try to like educate themselves, you know? So like I'm sitting here like I don't even know what I'm supposed to do with this. Cause I'm like, you guys just did like a really bad thing, and I can't explain that to you because you didn't even listen to me when I said why I didn't want to be a part of this book club. There's no way that you're gonna listen and like lend my perspective weight on any of the other stuff, right? So that's kind of like, that's the kind of like, it's this default to like my perspective is the most correct and I inherently know better on subjects that like that shouldn't be the case. Like I should be the authority on my own experience with trying to teach white people about racism, right? Like I should know where my boundaries lie about that. It doesn't have to be a thing about, you know, I should be that authority, but I got told that I was wrong. So there's lots of like dynamics like this. This is one example, but there's lots of dynamics like that. Is it called virtue signaling? Not actually. I mean, in that case, my assumption is just that those people really wanted me to act like they just wanted me to, either they wanted me to guide them through it, or maybe like me opting out like through cold water on the idea, and just nobody wanted, like everybody was excited and then I was like no thanks, and then like it threw cold water on it, I guess, which again is also just like, okay, like how dedicated were you actually to wanting to actually right the wrongs of racism and like injustice if your response is like, oh, it's not gonna be as fun anymore, I guess I'm opting out, like it's not gonna be fun and easy, I don't want to do it then. I would love to have a more charitable way to read this situation, but I don't have one yet. So, you're still new to the term virtue signaling. I think that like maybe because there's like virtue signaling is a term that's been like meant one thing, then got taken away and like used to mean something else, and then got taken away to mean something else, and now it's like in this weird kind of nebulous phase where like it's kind of amorphously trying to shift into its own thing. I think that like when people say virtue signaling, a lot of the times what they mean is like people taking stands on social media or like say, oh, I'm gonna boycott this. People take that as virtue, like or bad faith readers of the situation take that as virtue signaling. Like you don't actually care about the topic, you're just doing that to get points. So like a lot of brands virtue signal. A lot of like McDonald's will virtue signal by making like a Oreos will do a rainbow LGBTQ version of Oreos, but they won't be like donating to any LGBT charities or supporting their LGBT workers. That's virtue signaling. It's just like trying to opt into the optics of it to make money or make yourself look good or whatever. That's the thought behind the phrase. It's pretty associated with the far right for me. Like people on the far right use it, but I'm not sure if it's still that way. Some people are pretty blind to what racism looks like, and you can't blame them for that. Like, you can't blame them for that, but also Chase, like, I hear you, right? Like, you can't just cut off anyone who isn't hearing or listening to them. But man, I had this argument with my therapist. I talked to my therapist about racism because, as it turns out, racism is a horrible thing that like takes a real toll on your mental health. But I talked to my therapist about this, and it's just like it's the kind of thing where it's like you're totally right that like if no one, well, okay, here's the first thing. Number one, people should be able to go and educate themselves. Like, it's really possible. It's a whole thing. There's a whole book called White Fragility. You can buy it. It has exercises in it. You can buy it and go through like some of the main caveats that white people tend to inherit as a result of being raised in America. So like that's a whole thing that you could do. Like it's a real viable, legitimate way of learning about isms. Although like Googling, I would say is less so. I would say like books, good. Recommended books, good. Googling, difficult. So that's one. But then like number two, a lot of people really just want somebody out there to explain it to them. And like I was arguing with my therapist because like I understand the utility of that. Clearly, I'm here and I'm like talking about racism, I'm explaining it because that's part of what I want to use my platform to do. But it's a totally different thing when like taking the example of those friends, I'm trying to explain to them that they need to treat me like a human being. And I'm doing that repeatedly over the course of years. And it, like any progress gained is slow and it's draining and it's exhausting. And like the mental and emotional effects of being treated by someone you care about as subhuman are real and lasting. And until the people you're talking to get it, they're gonna treat you as subhuman. And like you want them to understand, you like kind of want to put some of the time in to help them understand, but there's like a limit to how much you can put yourself through that without it being deeply damaging and also without giving up and like resenting your relationships and all that, right? So it's like it's hard because you're right, we can't just all be like, oh, if you're like that, we're cutting you off. But also at the same time, they're not doing their part. Like I feel like it would be different if people were doing their share. I'm going to turn this off so that I don't waste my battery. I feel like it would be different if people were doing their share and like researching and trying and actively trying to learn. that would be a totally different thing. The majority of white people that I talk to about racism don't do that. They just wait around for me to tell them about racism. So like I really just need white people to opt in to doing the work and not making me do the work for them while they're treating me as subhuman, cuz it sucks. Like that's why I was in therapy, because that sucks and it messes you up mentally, right? Obviously, like it would mess anyone up to be like trying to convince someone you care about that you're human. It's weird. It's a weird thing to do. So you're so right, but there's this inherent like I really feel like the solution cannot be placed on us to try to explain this all to other people, because we hurt ourselves in the process. It is not a clean act. It is a harmful act to us to explain it. And I don't want to continue suffering and harming myself to get the people that I love to realize that they're being racist and to treat people, in a more humane way, in the way that I know that they want to treat people, in the way that, like, I know that they're good people. I know this is what they want. If they could hear me, it would be great. If we could get to this level, it would be awesome. I know they're capable of it. But it's so hard because you can't force people to get there on their own. And if they're not willing to opt in, there's no way to, you can't win. I can't make you realize that you're racist. I can't make you realize which thought processes are the problem. I can't make you empathize with me more, It's not my responsibility, you're right, Queen, but, like, that's, like, those are the two, like, there's, like, the three options in those situations. One is keep fighting. The second is stay around, sadly being treated as subhuman, and wait for them to come around, I guess. And then the third option is to leave. And I feel like these are the three choices that so many people get placed into because of how uninclusive spaces were. It's like, either I'm going to tolerate being treated like being like insulted casually through like haha gay, like jokes like that. Either I'm going to tolerate that kind of thing and like its effects on my mental health and on my self-confidence and on, this person that I'm going to be, or I remove myself from the part of the situation that is hurting me. And like those are frustrating choices when they're frustrating choices when that's not like all you need is an inclusive space. Man, it's rough. So yeah, Chase, just to be clear to you, I wasn't calling you out. You just raised a really good point that I wanted to elaborate on, because like I don't know what the answer to this conundrum is. Obviously I can sit here and be like, white people need to learn all I want, but that's not gonna make it vogue. If someone isn't willing at baseline to acknowledge that your life is real, they don't get to be a part of your life. That is something that I'm needing to learn slowly over time, and it's
I'll
rough.
support
I'm sorry,
you.
I got behind again. I'm catching up on the chat again. Hang on. You guys thought I was giving them too much credit, huh? That's fair. It looks like it. A bunch of white people start an anti-racism book club to talk about racism. Chase, that would be useful if the books that they were using were good. Like, white people can gather together and talk about anti-racism using a good, like, again, like White Fragility, that book literally walks you through your own white fragility. So it's designed to be a book for white people to use together in order to become less racist. So I disagree that like a bunch of white people getting together for an anti-racism book club wouldn't work. I think that there's a lot of nuances that for sure you can't get without actively like knowing and talking to people of color. And like that, yeah, that should hopefully just be something that you're doing. But I think there's a lot of progress that can be made without literally needing a person of color to explain everything to you, especially when like the person of color is the book. Like the book is written by the person of color that you can learn from, Neither of those cases are good, mind you. Not sure how useful it would have been even if it continued. That is valid as well. I mean, there's like woke white people too who, because like there's white people who like are super in it, super up to the know about lots of aspects of racism and can explain that to other white people too. Sorry, I'm really far behind. I'm catching up. Oh, the black squares. Yeah, the black squares were a good example of, like, what is this actually doing to help the black squares last year? It's not my responsibility. I'm sorry, I'm still catching up. Sometimes it's hard to bring up when someone's being racist because they might think you're just being sensitive. That's 100% the case. There was a time, okay, so one time, with my terrible, horrible boyfriend that I had, who To Be With You is about. Go buy To Be With You. It's going to be on Steam soon, by the way. Like a couple weeks. It's going to be great. You're going to be able to get it on Steam. But one time, I was with my boyfriend, and we went to a really, 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 really tiny, tiny, tiny Kansas town called Hutchinson. Like, really, like a couple thousand people, super tiny. And we were hungry, so we walked into, we were going up to the door of a restaurant, and it was a glass door, right? So he was still getting stuff out of the car. I approach the door, I lift my hand to touch the doorknob, and like I'm like not focused on anything, right? I'm looking through the glass, like I'm opening a door. My brain's in like open door auto mode. I'm not thinking. And as I'm reaching towards the door, I see a guy, a white guy, an old white man, turn and like give me like a glare like I have never seen before in my life. It was literally such an intense glare that I stopped. That I was reaching for the door and I stopped, and I like took a couple steps back and I turned around and I like looked at my boyfriend and I was like, I don't know that I want to eat here. And he was like, oh, you're being ridiculous. Come on, let's. And I was like, I don't know, it's giving me really uncomfortable. He was, just go in. You're probably making it all up. So we go inside, and as soon as we go inside, the entire place falls silent. And he goes up to the place at the like check-in, and we order our food, and it's silent. And we walk through the restaurant, and there's a bunch of white men fucking glaring at me the whole time. And we sit in a booth, and of course, I'm facing the rest of the restaurant. He is not facing the rest of the restaurant. And there is a man, like, behind him and to the right, who, like, I know wants to kill me. Who is, like, giving off very, very scary energy, the likes of which I had never interacted with before in my life. And I was like, I would like to leave. Please, let's leave. And he wouldn't let me leave. And I wasn't confident enough to get up and walk through the whole restaurant by myself. So I had to sit there and eat in the restaurant with these people who, like, wanted to kill me. And it was just silent the whole time because my boyfriend didn't believe that maybe he was like, oh, you're making it up. Of course, they're just looking at you because you're pretty. I'm like, I don't know. I've never felt the murderous intent of a human before, but I'm feeling it right now. Like, it was, So, like, yeah, it is hard to tell people about racism because a lot of times, even when it's happening literally in front of them, they don't listen. I'm just like, even if I'm being oversensitive, can we both agree that it's not enjoyable to spend an hour in a room where I'm half convinced people want to kill me? It's fine. Again, horrible boyfriend. Horrible boyfriend. Okay. Catching up again. Sorry, I just told a fun story. Catching up. Oh, Dag, thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. I'm sorry, it took me a long time to see that. Trying to understand those feelings and experiences and thought processes on your own without being able to ask questions is difficult. I super agree. And hopefully, like, we're going to get more, like, own media representation, like, OWN, our own voice media representation that will help, like, you know, make it easier to relate to people of color and kind of explain more stuff to white people, like having more voices in the cultural sphere, so that it's not like the 90s where just like white straight middle class church going white people culture was reflected, but like tons of different cultures are being reflected now, and that's making it easier for people to empathize with people who look different, like visually seeing them as characters on the screen and empathizing with what those characters are going through builds empathy for people who look or behave differently from you. So like fingers crossed that that also helps over time. Thank you, Jason. um, Another book is White Rage by Carol Anderson. I haven't heard of that one. Oh, White Fragility is not written by a POC? Hmm. Yeah, you are also taught. Yeah, and Oriane, that's a really good point. A lot of times, like people want to say, like, oh, if they don't treat you like you're human, get out of there. And like, first of all, yes, that is correct. Like in my experience, if someone treats you as subhuman, they will inevitably hurt you in a really, really horrible way. Maybe don't take me. Maybe I've had a really kind of objectively, I've had some really horrible life experiences. Um, so like maybe that's not 100% true, but like for me, all of the people who thought I was subhuman ended up being the ones who also caused like catastrophic traumatic damage to me. So, haha. So like, yeah, definitely distance yourselves, but you are also actively choosing then to be alone and isolated and separated from maybe your work culture. If it's your work that's the issue, you're separating yourself from networking and from getting somewhere in life. You're separating yourself from community help and the kind of support that you can get from people who think you're subhuman, which is a very surface level, like, I'm sorry, I hope you feel better kind of support, but like it's something. It matters still, even if it's not like deep, like, oh my gosh, like, do you want me to come over and we can talk it out? It's not that kind of support, but it's still something. And that's why it hurts so bad. Unless we're hurting ourselves to make things better, yeah. I hear you. Thank you, Chip. When coming to the Switch, oh my god. I don't know that the Switch would let it on there. Okay, I'm still so far behind. I'm so sorry. I'm still catching up. You guys are just having really good points. Oh, I got to the part where I was telling the story. You can definitely feel when you're not. It's a horror movie presence, right? I was worried that I was gonna get. I was worried. I was very scared in that moment. I literally. So, like, after that moment when I left the restaurant, we went to the place that we were staying. It wasn't like a hotel. We were like crashing at a friend's place for the day or something. And we went in there and I was just like, I don't want to go outside. Like, I was just like, I don't want to be in this town anymore. I want to leave. And my boyfriend at the time was like, you're being a baby, you're being blah, 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 all that kind of thing. So I stayed by myself in the apartment for like 5 hours because I didn't want to go back outside again because I just didn't feel safe. I didn't feel comfortable. Like, it wasn't like, I'm not super into going to small towns in Kansas to like thrift shop and stuff. So it wasn't even like, it was more of a decision. It was a trip that he wanted to go on more than me, you know? So like, I wasn't like, there wasn't anything that I really wanted to do there. So I wasn't like motivated to be like, forget you, I'm still gonna go to the Wizard of Oz museum or anything like that. I literally just stayed inside, and my boyfriend went outside and shopped for stuff without me and just left me in there alone and didn't text me for the entire time. So check out To Be With You, a wonderful visual novel that is a semi-autobiographical and about abusive relationships. Learn how to learn like what being in that kind of relationship is like mentally, and how to see the warning signs so you don't fall in there yourself. And play To Be With You. Yay. Yay. Oh, Queen. Oh, he absolutely was a prick. Absolutely. Okay, still catching up. Oh, Nathan! Thank you for resubscribing. Oh, almost to a year! Welcome back to the fold. You right, Jessica. Assume competence, please. Please. What, is this a recent event? No, thank God, it's not a recent event anymore at all. This happened about 10 years ago. Oh, God, I'm old. This happened about, like, 8 to 10 years ago, yeah? When your white friend's boyfriend was driving around and was randomly stopped by the police in his sweater vest and nice car after she was like, why did they pull you over? And he was like, it's normal. And she was like, that's never happened to me before in my life. Yeah, there's a lot of moments like that. One of my favorite things about dating white people, because there's just more white people around me. I've dated exclusively white people throughout my life for some reason. No, that's a lie. That's a lie. No, I've dated. I haven't dated that many people is actually what it is. I've dated 3 people total in my life, and one person was a person of color. Anyways, one of the fun things about dating white people is that it's the racism appetizer. Experience racism through your loved one. Like, where like you're just like, it's so like comments from my significant others, like, it's so weird how when you talk, people don't listen to what you say. And I'm like, yeah, isn't it? Isn't it weird? Like, there's like lots of just fun stuff like that like when you start dating a person of color, suddenly you're like, it's so weird that people like don't seem to think that you're good at your job. And it's like, yeah, I know, isn't it weird? It's so weird. It's so strange. That doesn't happen to you at all, does it? So weird. It's so weird how like employees follow you around in shops. Oh my god, so strange. What's that about? I'm sorry. I'm giggling. Not to get woo-woo, but you have to believe you can find another community. Thank God, I do now. And don't worry about like my issues with. It's fine. Everything is fine. I was using that moment from a year ago with that specific friend group to illustrate a point. And obviously that was a year ago, so it's been a year. Things are somewhat progressing, and you know, I'm gonna make my decisions as I will. So don't worry, I do value myself, and I'm not going to be putting myself through pain anymore to try to help along people who don't want to be helped along. Yeah, so don't worry. Get in the car and drive. For real. You've definitely heard of Hutchinson? Yeah, that's fair. When you say trust someone's judgment, if they're telling you they're anxious, listen. Yeah, if somebody's telling you that they're having an emotional response, it's pretty rude of you to be like, no, you're not. Because, like, you wouldn't be able to tell. You wouldn't know. Truly glad I'm no longer in that situation.
I'll support you.
Girl, same. No matter how bad certain aspects of my life can be, I'm like, but you know. Okay. Thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. Oh, I'm so sorry that I made you guys feel so much anger. I'm sorry about that. Don't worry, I'm over it by now. I've had a lot of therapy. But yeah, lots of just like situations that I want to give in order to illustrate these things. Because like with some people, like no matter how many situations you give and like real examples from your life that you give, first of all, they just like don't believe that you're telling the truth, or like they believe that you were wrong in the moment of the situation that you perceived. So like I can't explain how many times I've like been talking to usually white guys, because like this is a really great way to weed through people you want to date, by the way. It's just to be like, do you see me as human? And then just cross out no for anyone who doesn't, and it really weeds them all down. But so like one of my favorite things to do is to like toss out some stories about racism to see how people respond. And a lot of the time, the ways that like the white men around me would respond, because I was mostly dating around on like Tinder. You know, coronavirus has hit. I was mostly dating around before I realized that I was gay. So whoops. But usually their response is like, oh, I know that, like it's like, are you sure that that actually happened? Are you sure you didn't just read into it? And then, like, if they're forced, if you force them to believe that, okay, well, I guess that one person was racist, but, you know, they're only like 1% of the population anymore, so real racism doesn't exist. Again, this all happened before even Trump got elected, these kinds of conversations. So nowadays these conversations don't happen like that anymore, because again, you'd have to be pretty, I feel like you'd have to be pretty unobservant at this point to be like, the 1% of racist people, like, you know. Oh dear. You get casual racism from your partner's parents sometimes. Yes, that too. My favorite thing is when I like meet like somebody I'm dating's parents for the first time, and like they feel the need, apropos of nothing, to come to me and be like, you know, I love black people. When I was 5 years old, I knew, like, because it always happens. It always happens. Sometimes not even their parents. Sometimes their external family is like, you know, in college I had, and you're just like, it's fine. I was coming into this assuming you guys were all a little bit racist, so you don't need to come in and tell me how not racist you are, because I'm assuming. It's fine. Welcome to the little window into like this world. It's great. It's the best. Okay, I don't, but I don't hate this country. I don't hate America, even with how many things we have that are messed up. Don't people make others listen to me instead of casually commenting? No one has been like, excuse me, Cara was speaking. That's what Cara already said. I've asked some people to do that for me. Generally, if I need to like ask them in the moment to do that, and then they'll remember. I think I've got like 1.5 people who will do that for me at this point. It's kind of hard because you're asking people in that situation to overcome cultural norms, and I'm not saying that it's kind of hard because like people shouldn't be helping me with it, and like, oh, I'm putting an undue burden on them. Like, no, you should help me with this because I should get credit for like my idea. There's like literally a time that I posited like at a table filled with everybody else was a guy, and everybody else except one person was white. And I gave an idea, and nobody responded. And then the guy sitting next to me said the same fucking idea. And they were all like, that's a great idea. And I about exploded. Thankfully, I had somebody there at the moment to like come in and be like, this is messed up. But yeah, it can be hard to find people who are, because anytime you're in that position, you are also putting yourself against whoever is in power. So if the person who is in power is somebody who's not receptive to stuff like that, then you're having those people also put their basically like jobs and their professional future on the line. And so people won't consistently do it because the power structures are like this. Whereas obviously if you have like half the group do it, if like half the people agree to do it, then it's not going to be the kind of thing where like, oh, the one like male ally that you have gets called out for this and like gets punished because of helping you. Which can happen. There's a lot out there. We've had some fun times and experience, and I don't even have it that bad because I'm light-skinned, which is incredible. It's incredible. Sorry, reading again. How long until I spot the plainclothes security? Don't use Tinder. Yeah, I don't. Good thing it's dying down again. Oh, really? Is it? Not if you date me, my friend. One time I was in college, and I was walking down the street hand in hand with my boyfriend, who was white again, this was the shitty boyfriend, who was white at the time, and another black guy was walking down the street across the street from me, and he yelled, "Blood traitor" at me. It's fine. My perfect partner checklist number 1 sees me as human. You'd be surprised how many people fail to live up to that achievement. Chivo. Okay, I'm just gonna catch up and I'm gonna stop replying. Okay. Yeah. And Chase, I've run into that. I've run into that exact. Basically, whenever I bring up, because like in my young days when I was, idealistic and naive about how racism influences structures, I would do that, Chase. I would like bring it up to people all the time and be like, like you guys for some reason aren't hearing me. I don't know what it is. It kind of seems like, when I say I'm hurt, it doesn't really mean the same thing to you guys. You don't hear when I put forward ideas. I don't know what's up with that. And I would like try to talk to people about it. And Chase, 100%. It was weird that they didn't like hear me speak, but they would do that. They would be like, oh, I'm sure that you're reading into this one situation. It's a one-time occurrence, and you with your feminine emotions are overreacting because you're so hypersensitive, and we all know Black people like to see racism in everything that exists. I would get a lot of that kind of response back. So like you're 100% right. The issue is that people won't be receptive to adjusting. So they'll adjust for that one specific instance. They'll be like, okay, you've proven to me that one instance was bad, but then they won't take that and apply it to every other instance, because for them, every other instance is still, everybody gets heard because I'm getting heard. And me being like, in this one instance, I wasn't heard and this is a pattern, they will just only see the one instance if I can convince them that instance was unfair. And often there are times when I can literally convince every person in a group that is around me that I am being targeted. This is some tea, and it's about a person, and I'm not going to say who it's about because that's not a thing that I like to do. But there was a person who was in a network of people that I was in a network of people with, where we were all working. This was like a job creative area. This was like a large group of people. There's this one guy, and he kept continuously cutting me out of things. So like, so we had a writers group. We had a writers club. We had like a writers comedy group. And within that group, there were 4 people, and I was the only one who had ever done any part of it professionally. And in fact, I had done most of it professionally. I've done improv, I've been a paid actress, I've been a paid writer, I've written sketch comedy before. These are all things that I've done. I am experienced in that, right? So I was the most experienced person in the room. But this other person kept consistently cutting me out of conversations, cutting me out of plans, being like, oh, let's get together to film this video, and gathering everybody together in another part of the room away from me to talk about that. So very purposefully not trying to include me, not trying to make me part of the group, and I would keep having to go over there and insert myself into that in order to make sure that I was being included and I was getting all the opportunities everybody else was, right? Especially because they were using my jokes, but they didn't want to include me in you understand? So this person I eventually went to and I tried talking to, and I was like, hey, like, what's up with this? Because, like, I've noticed this. I know that you and I don't know each other super well. To me, it kind of reads like some kind of, like, sexism, racism thing, maybe. Like, maybe you don't know what my credentials are. So here's my credentials. Like, please let me know what's going on with this. I would love to be mistaken. Please let me know. And he got back to me and he was like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Please let me know what I can do to be more inclusive. I didn't mean to do that. I'm so sorry. We had a back and forth. It seemed like a really productive conversation. It was great. I was excited. The next time that we all get together, the next time we all got together was to play a game of D&D. And this guy was being so fucking mean to me, and in a way that for some reason nobody was noticing. Like, basically anytime I tried to do anything with my character, he would stop me, say that my character couldn't do that, and then act instead. So he kept cutting off all of my turns during D&D. And I was getting progressively more frustrated about this, but I didn't know what to do because the DM wasn't acting, the DM wasn't noticing, nobody was noticing, nobody was acting like it was a big deal. until finally at the end of the session, the DM had this moment that was a story beat for my character that was purposefully put. It was the first story beat that I had for my character, by the way, as well, which we had been meeting for a long time, but my character finally got her first story beat. And I was really excited, and so I said what I was going to do with it, and the person was like, you actually can't do that. And the DM was like, yeah, I guess you can't do that. And I started crying. Because I was just like, what the fuck is happening? Like, this is not fair. And I felt like I was being attacked. And so that was a mess, right? So like, we go away, I reconnect with the other people who were in the D&D group. They were like, you know, in hindsight, I understand that person was being really mean to you, and like I was getting weird vibes, but I wasn't paying attention to where the vibes were coming from, and now I understand, so it all makes sense. He was being really mean to you. And I was like, yeah, so like, can we do D&D again? Maybe like we can keep playing with him, but can we also do like sessions on our own or something? Like I'm feeling not comfortable around this person, right? And they're like, sure, let's try to do that. So this person is still around in the friend group, so I'm around them for other activities, and every time I am, this person is like being really mean to me for no reason. Just like being really mean and rude for no reason, in a way that for some reason nobody else is paying attention to, until I finally decide like, I can't be around this person anymore. They're attacking me, they're targeting me, this isn't fair. I'm like I pull the other friends into the group, and I'm like, listen, I'm not trying to make this a thing where you have to pick between me and him, because if I did, they would pick him. So like, instead I was just like, I'm not trying to make that, obviously what's going on between me and him is like our own problem, but like, I don't feel safe around him, so could you guys schedule some events where like, you know, I can hang out with you guys and it can be just us, and you guys can still hang out with him and it's fine, but like, I just want a space where I feel safe to hang out with you. So nobody did that. But over time, it becomes more and more apparent to everybody that this guy is treating me unfairly, and like, to the point that it becomes blatantly obvious to most of the group, to the point that like everyone knows that there's a problem. I haven't had to necessarily tell them that there's a problem. Hey, Lynx. We started getting into this, like, also I want to clarify, like, yes, this situation took place over the course of like 6 months. It took place for a long fucking time, right? And for about like 4 of those months, I was cut off from my entire friend group and my support system, because this guy was in everything that we were doing, and nobody would ask him to not be there, and nobody would organize something without him. So just for this whole 4 months, which coincidentally also happened to be the months that I was getting sicker and sicker with celiac, because I was undiagnosed, and I also lost my fucking job. So like, this was like the worst period of time in my life, right? And my friends are doing this where I'm completely isolated because of this fucking guy, right? And I start talking to them, like, I'm like, can we do something to solve this? Because like, we've all acknowledged that it's a problem, right? And they're like, right. And I'm like, okay, what do we do about it? So they all individually tried to talk to him to be like, to like get his perspective, and like ultimately like his problem is that he's mad that I disrespected him. He's mad that like, what was he mad at? What he was mad about changed like 8 times, and then after the whole thing was over, we had like a reconciliation where he admitted that he didn't even remember why he was upset at me the whole time. So for me, it seems like it's just one of those things where like, I asked him about something, he denied it, I accepted it as an answer, but he was so upset that I dared to ask him whether he was maybe being influenced by those things that he chose to take it out on me for the entire rest of the time. And like come up with different justifications for why he was doing so that even he couldn't remember, not a week after the conflict was ultimately resolved. So, okay. So they tried to talk to him, and their talks don't go well. And then they just stop. And he stays in the friend group for 2 years. And during those 2 years, he proceeds to hurt and deeply betray, like, 2 other women. And 2 other women, one other person who, like, is like not a person who had power within the group dynamic, and then ultimately finally hurt somebody who had power and influence and like money and all that stuff. And when he hurt the white man, coincidentally, the first time he hurt and betrayed the white man was the time that he got like excommunicated from the group, and he was gone. And so he was finally gone after all of that. But me suffering, and then on top of that, the suffering of two other women who he had also put through shit, were not enough to get any of the people who actively admitted at the time that this was happening, that what was happening was unfair and was really mean and was a horrible experience for me, and like I was being punished and I was suffering for reasons that I shouldn't have been. They all agreed. They all agreed, but I was still the one who had no support as I was going through the darkest moment in my life, when I was grappling with literally nearly dying. And like the only person who still came around is the person who I'm closest with now, obviously. Like so like the friends who like did stick around in that time, I'm still friends with, and obviously the people who didn't, I'm not really close to anymore. Fancy that. But this is why, like, and it can be so hard because in order to I've just explained this whole experience to you, right? And this experience is systemic. It's a systemic experience. It's caused by a bunch of different dynamics within the group itself. It's caused by dynamics in society. It's caused by interpersonal relationships. It's caused by power. It's caused by money. It's caused by sex. It's caused by race. It's caused by, like, previous ties to people. It's caused by so many different things. And when I want to go to people and I want to explain to them, I need you to believe, like, people of color when they tell you that there's racism. I need you to do the work to, like, get rid of racism yourself. I need you to pay attention to the dynamics in your workplaces and speak up on behalf of the people around you. Make sure that they feel safe. Make sure that they don't feel like they're alone. Like, I can say that stuff as much as I want, but without a story like this to, like, really show people, like, how hard it is as a marginalized person when like literally everyone around you can agree that what is happening to you is wrong and it's like unjust and it has nothing to do with what your actions actually were, and you are still the one who is punished because he was still the one who got to be in all the rooms. He was still the one who got credit for all my ideas. He is the one who got promoted instead of me. I actually lost my job. He got promoted. Like, right? So these dynamics are so complicated and they're so hard to explain in like a short amount of time. And so I'm never surprised. I'm never surprised when I'm talking to like white guys or like, you know, new people about racism, trying to gauge where they're at, trying to see like, how much of a human are you going to treat me as? How much of myself can I be around you, right? I'm never surprised when I'm testing people on that process and they're in that spot that like Chase put really well, where it's like, it's hard for me to see that that's real because it just sounds so far-fetched from my perspective. And so I hesitate, like people who have that power and have that privilege and usually are in positions of power, they see these things so infrequently that it feels really disproportionate, that like acting to protect people like me in that situation feels really disproportionate. Because like what would have been wonderful, which I didn't even ask for, but what would have been wonderful in that moment would have been if they had kicked that guy out of the fucking group, because he was clearly a problem, not just for me, but like somebody who treats women that way is going to continue treating women that way and is probably not ultimately reliable as like a business partner. Probably not someone you want in any kind of position of power in your institution, right? But people don't want to act forcefully to contain these issues when they're brought up, because from the people in power's perspective, if those people happen to be white or male or like rich or any of these like dominating cultural classes that we've talked about, it feels disproportionate to them because they're like, oh, this is the first time that I'm hearing about it. I'm sure it wasn't that bad. Like, you're really worked up and emotional because, of course, you're the victim. Of course you'd be emotional. So, I don't know. We'll give him a slap on the wrist and hopefully he'll figure it out not to do it again since it was like a one-time-ish. And, like, and how do we bridge that gap? How do we bridge that gap between, like, this being not just, like, a one-time experience for me, but my experience in, like, all of work and, like, most of life, which is hard and sucks, by the way. And like, it's the experience of so many people. It's not just me. It's the overwhelming experience of people in color who work in, like, white-dominated spaces. How do we bridge that gap so that we understand that forceful action is actually necessary? It's not the case of, like, oh, this poor white guy who, like, oh, got unlucky this one time and, like, it looked bad in this one situation, so now he's fired. Oh, no, but he didn't deserve it because it was just that one time. Like, it's never just that one time. Because black people don't get upset about just that one time. We've dealt with racism our whole lives. We know when someone is being accidentally racist or just being ignorant or is, you know, like, we know when someone is, like, not actively trying to cause us harm and is just being ignorant and annoying and frustrating to be around and, like, not somebody you're going to be friends with ever. And versus when somebody is actively trying to cause harm. We know. And we only speak up in the latter half because that's the only time it's worth it for us to speak up because otherwise we get punished. We get punished for speaking up. It's not worth the risk to speak up unless there's actually, like, a measurable life improvement that could come from speaking up, right? Okay, I'm gonna catch up on the chat again. This is what we always do. Okay, hang on. Scrolling back up. Okay. As soon as I figure out, I'll tell you. Right. Your wife is black? Good for you! Like, that whole conversation? Yeah, that's a thing. That's a thing. Okay, hang on. Oh, also, Derek, hi! Thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. I will answer your question in a second. When you're BIPOC, they see your skin and gender before your skill set and experience. That is very true. Okay. It took them a long time. People can be very oblivious to toxic dynamics in a group setting, especially when they're just the dynamic, right? Because, like, if you've only been in white-dominated groups, then that's the dynamic. That is the dynamic. There is no other dynamic, right? I guess other than, like, maybe 100% white group, maybe that would be, like, a really different dynamic compared to, like, one black person and everyone's like, don't say anything bad around the black person. Which, like, also definitely happens when you walk up and everyone's like, oh. Hey, Cara, how are you? Like that thing. Okay. The law of mirrors. Taking out a negative feeling towards another person, whereas that negative feeling is born inside of ourselves. I've been through too much. Girl, Lapis, this is all the light stuff. It's fine. I'm not joking, but it's fine. I'm fine. Loose friend groups that seem to encompass multiple overlapping circles. Yeah, I had a lot of help from my my therapist gave me a format that has, like, really, cuz, like, a friend means something to me that I have learned that over time that, like, to some people it means the same thing, but to people who don't view me as fully human, it doesn't mean the same thing, right? Obviously. Like, how can you be fully friends with a person you don't believe is fully human, right? So it's been helpful for me, like, my therapist taught me that there's acquaintances who are, like, the grocery store clerk you see all the time who might know your name. There's companions who are people you see all the time because of an activity you do together, so, like, work colleagues. If you meet up to play D&D with people who aren't necessarily your friends, but, like, not your friends, you're mostly there for the D&D. Those people are your companions. They know your name and they know, like, where you work, maybe. Then you have friends, which are people who you hang out with just to hang out with them, not to do any other particular activity. It's more about you getting together to bond. And friends are people who know your name, know your job, and they know how you feel about your job. And then there's, like, really intimate people that you can be really, really close to, who you can give your whole heart to. You get like 2 to 3 of these people in a lifetime who you can like completely be yourself with. They know everything about you. You know everything about them. That kind of thing. It's been helpful for me to like categorize people by that way, because a lot of times people will be like, we're friends, and I'm a very loyal person. I'm really like dedicated to my friendships, and so it's important for me to be able to like mentally be like, you say friend, but you mean companion, and you say friend, and like, I'm gonna protect you for life. Like, you know, it's been helpful for me to have that. Still reading. Why people don't just listen to other people's experiences and take them at face value. I really don't know where that comes from either, Violet, because like for my whole life I've been like a very empathetic person. So I don't fully understand the process of how you travel from being less empathetic to certain people to like more empathetic to them, even though we know that like science tells us that's possible, that's a thing that you can do. And we also know that like empathy can be impacted by culture. So if you live in a culture that emphasizes empathy, then then you're going to be a more empathetic person. Whereas if you live in a culture that de-emphasizes empathy and is, you know, everybody by their bootstraps, it's their fault if they're poor kind of thing, then you're not going to have as much empathy, obviously. But yeah, I'm not super sure how to cross that boundary because I've never done it myself. You would have been yelling at him so hard. That would have been, I would have loved to see somebody yell at him. Yeah, it would have been really vindicating. Oh yeah, no worries, Derek. No worries. Yeah, we've just been talking about racism. I've been sharing some of my past experiences with racism, with more specifically with group dynamics in particular. I keep trying to explain group dynamics so that hopefully people who have only had that one white dominated group dynamic for their whole life, hopefully you guys will be able to understand more of the perspective from the other side through me. Yay! I get to tell you all of my some of the horrible I get to tell you these fun stories. You really like that breakdown a lot? Yeah. My therapist did a great job. Cheratono fireside chat. It was real talk. It has been. I mean, I guess I'm down to continue real talking if anybody has questions. Once again, public service announcement. You guys already know that here, but within my stream here on my streams, and especially when we have conversations like this, I will not tolerate anybody judging anybody else's ignorance. Like I'm not going to judge anybody for asking questions that might be phrased poorly or that might be predicated on racist thought for people who are wanting clarification. And I want absolutely nobody in this chat to judge or respond negatively to that either, because the only way people are going to learn is if they feel comfortable and vulnerable enough to be able to participate in that dialogue and open up their vulnerable points, which in this context, in this conversation, we understand that asking questions about racism might be a little vulnerable. And just always blanket statement about that again, because I feel like I can never say that enough. How racism came up? I was talking about 90s TV. I was talking about how nice 90s TV was, and how it fascinates me that 90s culture was so positive because it was so specifically just targeted to one portion of the population who was having a good time. And so that's why our media was so nice. And now it's not the same. Our media is not quite as happy, but I think that's because it reflects the fact that more of our general consciousness has been opened up to a lot of the issues happening in the world. That's what started us off on this. Maybe people are unlikely to take those kinds of complaints at face value because they kind of feel like slander gossiping. So it's not something they noticed. It feels like someone is just telling you something bad about another person. Gasbag, I think I agree. I think you're right. I think that is a reason that people choose. I think that's a way that people choose to read it. And I think that that's one of the things that makes it hard at the intersection of being a person of color and being a woman, because a lot of the times, like, you don't only have the gaslighting coming from being a person of color. You have the gaslighting of being like, oh, I'm sure it wasn't that bad. You're emotionally overreacting. You with your feminine emotions, oh, you're just gossiping. Oh, you're just being catty. Oh, like, all of that kind of stuff, for sure. Absolutely. People are really easily able to diminish it down with that. Um, yeah. And like and I can sympathize with that, because it does feel really scary to be like, I'm gonna make a big, because like racism is hard to prove, because nobody who's like racist, first of all, most people are racist unintentionally. They're not like thinking to themselves, ooh, here's a black person, here we go, I'm gonna keep them down today, like, right? Most people aren't like that. The people who are like that are not um risk takers enough to make it blatantly obvious to everyone around them that they are racist if they know that there's a chance that the person that they're being racist to is going to report them. So like, it's really hard to conclusively find evidence that people have been racist in some way, and a lot of companies and structures in our government don't want to take any action unless there's conclusive proof, which creates this atmosphere, which perpetuates systemic racism, because it's so hard to be able to conclusively, like somebody doesn't need to hate you to be racist towards you, or to have racist ideas or racial biases. Again, we all have those. We're all a little bit racist. It's okay. We're all at least a little bit racist. And I completely forgot what I was talking about. I got distracted by like that weird Avenue Q song. I say that and I'm like, oh, that Avenue Q song. I haven't even actually seen that song all the way through. It pops into my head all the time. Hell yeah. That's what we ask for, Emmy. Saved by the Bell. Oh, they really do? In the Saved by the Bell reboot. Good for them. I didn't like original Saved by the Bell, and there's nothing pulling me to the reboot, but that is a point in its favor. Yeah. Oh my god, me too, Emmy. But like, for real though, me too. Like, I want people to know, when I was younger, first of all, nobody ever took the time to explain to me that gay people existed. So like, luckily, like, my family was very open, so I was just like, boys and girls can love each other too. But like, because nobody explained it to me, I had a lot of questions that were inappropriate, and I heard a lot of phrases from other people that were bad, and I didn't know that. So that was a thing. I used to use really gendered, like, mean language towards other women. I used to have internalized racism against myself and against other black people. Like, this is a thing that people have. I would like to show you guys my baggage. There's no need for me to tell you the specific words and phrases, because those would be, triggering. But like, nobody is born into this world fully fledged, already knowing how to be inclusive of everybody. So I'm not here to shame anybody for ever having been there or for still being there. I'm only here to help progress. Progress on. You always think of that song when I stream. I could change the stream. But wait, before I change the stream, hang on, okay. Oh, okay. I want to show off my journal, but like, there's not that many places that I can show off, because a lot of them have, it's my planner, so there's spoilers for things in the future that you aren't supposed to know about in here, so I can't show you all that many pages. So instead, the page that I'm going to show you is my weed catalog. So sorry about that, but here we go. Recently, and this isn't the full screen, I have it like cropped, but recently I have been making a weed catalog, because I've been essentially, I found some strains of marijuana that are like really working for me medically. So I've been going through them and like the other strains that are like similar to them to see to like basically try to find my holy grail medical weed, the one that solves enough of my symptoms, which for me comes into, so here is, oh, okay. I wonder if I can, let me see if I can turn off my filter so that you can actually see the whole screen. Yeah, well, that's not the whole screen. I had it all nice and cropped. It's okay. My iPad is gonna die, so it doesn't matter if I uncrop the screen. Bam. Bam. Yeah, so this is like my digital journal. And as you can see, there's a lot of tabs up on the top, which like have a lot of pages with a lot of different, what's something that I haven't, with a lot of different pages that you can use. I'm like trying to think of like, what are the pages I haven't used yet? Yeah, stuff like lots of different fun pages that you can use. And then they also have these sections over here that you can use for, that you can like customize on your own, and you can insert pages into. But this is the weed catalog that I have, and so this is how I've been keeping track of weed strains in order to, like I said, figure out what is going to be like medically useful to me. And I kind of just wanted to show this off because digital planning is new to me. It's like not a thing that I knew that I could do, but there's so much more freedom in it than regular planning, and I'm really excited about it. So I wanted to show it off in case it caught somebody else's eye who wants to like be a digital planner. I can tell you where I got all this stuff so you can do it yourself. But the fun part for me has been like, I didn't know that, oh, it's super neat. This is the GoodNotes 5 app, and I'm using a planning template from K Digital Studio. So this is her everything planner, which has so many different pages that you can use. That's why it's called the Everything Planner. Yeah, and I'm doing this on GoodNotes 5. Can you customize this down to the granular level? You really can. Because with digital planning, like, the sky is the limit. You can make your own templates, you can make your own stickers, you can make your own designs, you can make your own covers. You can literally do you can insert pages in front of or after other pages. So like for my daily planner, which I can't show you guys, I just insert like right after here, this is the like active day, and I will insert the new day in front of each new page, so it's always just one flick over, and I don't have to flick through like 6 different pages to get to my 7th daily page. You know, like what I mean? Tons of things. Is more dots good? More dots is good. So the less dots, the less it affects something. The more dots, the more it works for something. So the one that like currently, wedding cake is the one that I found that really works for me right now because it has very high marks for all of the things, as you can see. So organized. I like organization. I like it. So like so far, wedding cake is potentially gonna be the holy grail one, because for me, as far as medical usage again, and please, like, obviously only where it's legal, only if you have a medical marijuana license, please. But for me, like, my highest priorities are pain, appetite loss, and fatigue. So if I have something that works really well for all 3 things, that's great. Because it can't, like, be really good for appetite loss and fatigue, but not cure my pain. Because then it's not going to function as an effective medicine for me all the time, you know? So I'm having to, and like some weeds are good for nerve pain, but not for muscle pain and stuff like that. They all kind of have their own effects, and you need to, and like some weed can make you paranoid and some don't. So none of the ones I have here have made me paranoid. That's why they're in the book. But yeah, got to give me some wedding cake. So yeah, I just wanted to show off, I have this reading list that is not like super updated, really. I have like monthly views that I can't. Here's a monthly view that, look, I can't show you any of the stuff that I'm currently using. I'm sorry. There's too many like meetings and stuff scheduled on there. But yeah, and then like you click here and there's links to individual pages, so like everything is hyperlinked, so you can go directly to the page that you want. It's beautiful. I just needed to spread the gospel. It's a digital planner, Cece. A digital planner. No worries, Cube. Oh, Roni. Hang on, I want to read your comment, Roni. Okay, hang on, I missed a bit. Hang on, I'm always catching up. It looks really, thank you. Thank you. Oh, hey, Lotus. I have loved Cozy Grove. I'm not playing it right at this moment because my iPad's about to die, but I have loved playing it, even though I spent a lot of this stream not playing it. I'm gonna keep playing it. I do recommend it. Here, let me swap over to IRL and put some music on now, because my iPad's about to die. I'm sorry that was loud. I saw that audio peak. My bad. Nice music instead. Okay, catching up again. Oh, Glenn! Glenn, I didn't see that. Thank you. Oh, Glenn, coming from you, that means so much. Because you're like such this like positive, radiating, like energy filled with joy and love. Anytime I've been in your streams, I'm just like, it's so nice to be around Glenn. So that's really nice. Thank you. Thank you for saying that. No spoilers in the weed catalog. A woman that you follow on... Oh, man, Roni. But like, yeah, that's a very common response to something like that is like, again, it's the default you're overreacting thought. So I think it would be like, if somebody is overreacting, like in a lot of situations, even if somebody is legitimately overreacting, which I don't think actually happens that much, but even in the situation where someone is legitimately overreacting, a lot of times you could still just heed them on what they want to do, and like nobody would be the worse for the wear. Like if someone's like, I'm really paranoid in this house because I find it creepy and it's like haunted. I don't want to be in this house anymore. You could be like, me, you're oversensitive, me. Or you could be like, okay, let's step outside the house. Like, do you want to go sit in my car and listen to music? Like, you know, you could just be a nice person. In a lot of cases, you could just listen to someone and empathize with them and just be nice in that moment. And be like, I'm sorry you went through that experience. You must have felt very unsafe. And nobody should feel unsafe. Easy. Easy capeasy. We're learning to digitally plan. Yeah, honestly, maybe... Wait. Oh my gosh, I just realized what I could do. I could import a new digital planner and show you guys that one instead of the one that I have filled out. Wait for it. I'm very into digital planning. Okay, I have 3% battery. We'll see how far we can get with this. To get around to upgrading your old iPad to use it as a digital planner. That's what because like if we get more people out there who want digital planning, then there's more cute stickers for me to buy, and that's all I want. Here, I'm also gonna swap it over to just chatting because I'm doing Cozy Grove a disservice at this moment. I've been cruel to Cozy Grove. No worries. Ooh, yes, please, rest up, Lapis. Thank you so much for coming by again. The way you feel is wrong. Yeah. Okay. So, I have it now. Let's go back to... Oh my god, I'm sorry. I didn't make it quieter again. I'm gonna fix it. Okay, I'm gonna fix it at some other point, but not right now when my iPad's about to die. Okay, so I'm basically just showing off this one person's planner. So again, K Digital Studio, it's called the Everything Planner. I bought it. It was like 30 bucks. I think she's putting out undated versions this month. So if you want, the other benefit to digital planners is that you can use them forever because you can buy undated versions and you can fill in the dates over the course of the year. So if you wanted to only ever buy one and use that one for the rest of your life, you can, and that's fun. So it comes with two different covers that you can pick. You can't necessarily customize this specific one. You can customize a lot about this one, but not necessarily from scratch. There's certain ways that you can. So like you can take a screenshot of, here's my pencil. You can take a screenshot of something. I won't do that because then you'll see my photos. You can take a screenshot of the page and use it to cover up spaces that you don't want. So, like if you wanted to cover up the design elements here, you could just take a screenshot of a different page and paste it over there and you wouldn't be able to notice that there's a difference. But this is literally all of the stuff that the planner comes with. This is all of the different pages that this planner comes with, along with four basic pages that you can use to customize other things. And then you get different daily pages. So if you're like a person who has different kinds of structures, I don't even know what this is. I don't know how this works. It's weird. You get like decorative pages. You can copy and paste and put your own spin on it if you want to. You can do different monthly versions if you want different monthly versions. They have Sunday and Monday starts to this. And then you have like, let's just go into here. You have a ton of different individual pages. So this is mind mapping, leveling up. This is a progress planner for long-term progress, vision board, milestones. Then when did I last change the light bulb? A cleaning guide for when you should clean things, reading list, interior design brainstorming, your DIY planner, decluttering checklist, maintenance checklist. And then you got like wellness routines, life routines, workout tracker, meal planning, grocery list, sleep and energy tracker, like recipe inventory. And all of these things you can literally just copy page and then paste page, and then you have a whole second page of it. Like you can add as many pages in as many places as you want. It's quite wild, and my iPad's gonna die any second, so, but it's quite wild the amount of like templates you can create for yourself and the amount of versatility that you can have. I've started working on making some of my own templates for like, I want to make my own journals in the future because, and I got this one as like a starting point so that I knew what was possible and kind of how I wanted to structure things. I got to experiment with some different ways of doing it. With adding new things and then just not using. Glenn, but that's like my favorite part about this is that I always used to do that with my old journals. I would get like so excited about like a reading list or something, but then I would never use it because I would like write something on the page right after it. So then like I would never use my journal properly because I was always making these new lists and then not having any extra pages for them to go. I don't have that problem anymore. Because, like, I can just go back to the reading list whenever I want, and I can add extra pages whenever I want. It's so good. I'm sorry, I'm a huge nerd. I'm a huge nerd that I'm freaking out about planners. But is it surprising that a writer likes to journal? Is it surprising that a writer likes a planner? You know? Are any of you surprised? I'm still just going through and showing you all of the different pages that they have in this. There's so many. And then we have the monthlies. And then there's even more pages that are under here that like we didn't see earlier. So yeah, that's like a brief look at this planner, and my iPad is gonna die. So I can't show you anymore. But there you are. All right, let me Okay, I don't know. actually know where that sound is coming from. I'm gonna have to figure it out. Would be really good for you because you hate using physical planners because they're too pretty to use, right? That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that I love planners and I've bought so many, but I never adequately take use of them. And this is the first planner that I'm actually like really, because it's, yeah, exactly. I'm sorry, Glenn, I'm sorry. But exactly, it's like a bullet journal, but like more flexible, infinite. Oh my God, and I didn't even show you guys the best part. Okay, I'm gonna mute. Hopefully you didn't hear anything because I muted it. I didn't even show you guys the best part. The best part is that there's this sticker feature. So you can put stickers anywhere. You can just add any sticker you want. You can literally create your own stickers on this app. And then you can put stickers all over your freaking... I use the money bags in my vision board because I want money. Oh, it wasn't muted? Damn it. I tried my best. It still went off? What is... Oh, it's fine. We'll find it. I'm sorry. No signal. Now my iPad actually is dead. There we go. I won't swap over. I'll spare... I'll spare your guys' ears. A Good Notes 5. Good Notes 5 with a template from K Digital Studio. I'm gonna plug K Digital Studios because I basically just, because this is all her. She's not only, hers is the video that I saw that introduced me to the concept of digital planning. So I'm gonna throw this out there so that she gets the follows she deserves. It became a feature. So that's her website. She's got a lot of tutorials and a lot of videos. I actually highly recommend checking them out because there's a lot of like tips and tricks that make it way easier that aren't obvious when you enter Good Notes. Like Good Notes is kind of overwhelming when you first enter it. But yeah, so now my iPad is dead, so we can't play any more iPad games because I left it on the whole time that we were chatting. Okay. I'm going to warn you guys, I'm going to transition over to IRL again. It's going to play the loud noise. This is going to be the last time. So if you want to mute it, mute it. We're doing it. Okay, we're done. We're done. That's it. You're safe now. You're safe. Oh, man. All right, so let me see here. The noise can't hurt me anymore. You're safe and protected. You're safe and protected. Casually perusing. I'm obsessed with my iPad, which is a very like. The nice thing is that I'm just never gonna have to replace this one for a long time, which is good because it was ridiculously expensive. It's like the price of a laptop. But this is like, it's just like. As a chronically ill person, my iPad is what I prefer to use for most things, unless I have to type a lot. Like, I don't like laptops. I prefer my iPad for almost everything. So, iOS hurts you to use, but it's fine. That's... okay. That's okay. You legit just got a new phone. Your wallet is crying. I'm so sorry. Oh God, phones are so expensive anymore. Do you like it at least? I hope you like it. I agree though, right? iPads are kind of like, I struggle to find a different tablet that I would want to buy. Not because the iPad is just like the best one, pretty much. Like, it's just like, for the price, it's still actually a really good device. Like, considering that you can use Procreate very similarly to how you use a Cintiq, you know? Got it, got it. So you're still learning how iOS is structured. Whoa! That's all. Oh my God. What an incredible upgrade. Whoa. Welcome to like the future. Hopefully it feels that. Hopefully it wasn't like you got your new phone and you were like, wasn't worth it. Also, kudos to you for holding on to your phone so long. I wish, I'm like, I have a hobby of, tech is one of my hobbies. I'm a real huge tech nerd. But I also like desperately try to get myself not to spend money on new phones and new iPads and like new tech because That's, oh God, it's all so expensive, but I want to know. So, perfect for videos, definitely worth it. Good. Same reason that I upgraded my phone, actually, right? I was like, oh, I can use this for recording things. Up to 4 years on your phone, and it's doing... Oh, and it's slowing down. Been rocking a flip phone and just bought an iPhone. Still in the box! I mean, fair. I see the appeal of flip phones. If I didn't use this for work and everything, someday I'm gonna go off the grid. I cannot, it's exactly like my aesthetics. I can't reconcile my, like, white glowy streamer tech energy with my, like, evil hermit witch in the forest. How do I integrate these two aspects of myself? One part of me really likes wood rustic things, and the other part of me wants, like, everything to glow neon. So I'm just like, I feel that way about, like, everything. I'm like, I must conserve and be a responsible user of my tech, but I want the shiny. Like, for the new Pixels. I thought that they said that they weren't going to be... I thought that they were only going to be making the new Pixels, like, blank A, like 5A, and they weren't going to do, like... They weren't going to try high-end anymore. Tech does change really quickly. And, like, a lot of the changes are not worth upgrading for. LED cauldron? No joke. I had a toy that was a witch doll and came with a cauldron that, like, lit up, and I carried that cauldron around with me for a while as a child. Oh, it was so cool. Also, one time, this is very sad, but one time my dad bought me, like, an old limited, like good condition Starfire doll, like old school comic book Starfire, and it was, like, in good condition, but its hair was supposed to light up, so I ripped open the box, because my dad, bless his heart, gave it to me, a child, without explaining beforehand. So I ripped open the box to try to get her hair glow, but it had been so long, she was so old that her hair didn't glow, so we all lost out with that one. Hello again, Cube. A specific aesthetic that is wood grain with LEDs? There is. I've seen it in China, in pictures of China. So I need to, like, figure out what that aesthetic is, because I need it. You would have your entire room pulsating rainbow LEDs. Like, it's weird because like, this style of light in the background, I really like it. But I don't, like, put this on very often if I'm not streaming. What I will do instead is I will turn my entire room red because I find it very relaxing. Again, not unlike an evil demon witch. I'm just like, turn it all red and let me lay in the darkness. So, so there you go. And pretend you were a mage. Oh my god, Glenn, that's so sweet. That's awesome. I always carried a book around in school, but it was because I was the person who would read books, like, while walking in between class. So I was the person who was like, shout out to my Cardcaptor Sakura art book that I got. But I was the kind of person who would, like, walk around the school like this and, like, not be running into people because I had done it too many times. Which, like, God, it's fine. It's fine, but I'm collecting Cardcaptor Sakura things now. This is where we're at. I knew it was coming. I held it off for 28 years, but here we are now. You don't really need high-end as much as it hurts you to say it, right? You don't need it. You just want it. Like, I don't need a fully automated smart house with a water faucet that extends over the stove. I don't need, like, I don't need some of the things that I want. I don't need an Apple Home Mini in my bedroom, but I want one. But I haven't bought it yet, so that's a victory for me. Just trying not to buy things for buy things that I can't afford for a long time. Like, this is the thing, is I'm like, don't spend the money, Cara, you don't have it. Parents shouldn't get collector's item for the kids if they don't want it to be ruined. Yeah, I agree. My dad definitely learned his lesson after that one time. Encouraged, even. Have you not seen those oh my gosh. So like, I wonder if I can find, I don't know what they're called, but like they're definitely a thing that in a lot of like luxury homes, you see just a water faucet that you can use specifically for filling pots. Let me see if I can find a photo. Oh yeah, there's photos. There we go. I'll put one up here. Let me get a nice, like, kind of pretty looking one. What's a pretty looking one? This one, oh, that's, oh, now the expectations are too high. I'm just gonna pick one. I'm like, let me pick a pretty photo. I don't know what a pretty photo is. Okay. It's called a pasta arm in this photo. This stuff. So it's like literally just a faucet that reaches out over the stove so you can fill up stuff with water. It's great. I've never seen it in like an achievable home that I could ever actually live in, but I want one. They're in fancy houses. Yeah. It's very specific. It's useful but specific. It wouldn't be of any use in our apartment anyways because the water is poisoned to me. So we still have to like. Fun fact about like living in an apartment where the water is poisoned. And again, just clarifying, the water's poisoned because I'm a chronically ill person. It's safe for a healthy person. Zek is fine when they drink it. I get sick when I drink it. So all of our water needs to be filtered, which means all of the water we cook with is also filtered. So everything that we use for like any kind of cooking is filtered water. We have now 3 separate water, like giant water tank jugs of filtered water because that's how much water we need to use over time. But she wanted one, but she doesn't cook. So, I mean, I understand that energy. I do understand that energy. Unnecessary for most people, yeah. They definitely had a problem they needed to solve. They're surprisingly affordable? Oh, you're talking about something else. Gotcha. That looks so beautifully engineered. Yeah, they're weird specific kitchen things are such a vibe and right? Very specific. I'm all about the specific things that you can build into your house to find solutions because I'm chronically ill. Hey, little Sissy Roll! Hi! Thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. I don't buy distilled water because I feel like that would be more expensive. Like the filters are already expensive, so I just use the water in the apartment. Maybe, but having a backup of distilled water doesn't sound like a bad idea, actually. Huh? Why would I think you're a literal child? Do I have to buy special filters or does something more accessible like a Brita filter work? Brita doesn't work, so I love busting this bubble. Kind of, I guess. We're just kind of chatting right now. My iPad died, so I can't play the game anymore. The plug where my iPad charges is the same one that uses the video out, so only one plug on the iPad. But, one thing about Brita filters, and I love busting this bubble the same way that I love busting Victoria's Secret, because they stink and they've done bad things to, like, the culture of boobs. But same thing with Brita filters. Brita filters only essentially remove the stuff that makes the water taste funny. They don't really remove any of the stuff that makes the water unhealthy for you. So it's basically just like a carbon filter that it runs the water through real quick and nothing else. So Brita filters are basically a scam is what I'm trying to say. If you actually want, like if you're just wanting your water to taste better, Brita filter's fine for that. If you're wanting healthier water, you need a more robust filter. I use zero water filters because they get all of the hard metals out, and like that's what I need. I need like the lead out of the water. We had lead, we had mercury, we had arsenic, we had a lot of stuff in the water, and my body just can't filter it out, so we need to get rid of that elsewhere. Yeah. Victoria's Secret is the worst. It is. A power and video, do those exist? I've had an air fryer before and I didn't like them, but I hear a lot of people are actually like I actually swear by them. Brita water tastes weird anyways. By culture of boob, they're dubbed. Yeah, I mean, well, also their culture, like, Victoria's Secret is the reason that we sexualize bras. Like, so here's like a weird thing. In America, but like, boobs weren't always sexual, and like, it's very recent that boobs and bras are really, really sexual. Like, they're not inherently sexual things. We're just a very sexualized country about boobs. So like, Victoria's Secret is a really... boobs aren't sexualized. Is part of the reason why that happened. But also Victoria's Secret, yes, they do really lie about their sizing. The marketing worked for Victoria's Secret. It did. You said that before and people said you were wrong. No, I mean, you can definitely... So, like, Victoria's Secret's not the first person to be like, bras, let's sexualize them. Like, definitely that wasn't the first person, but and it's up for debate, right? But I would argue that Victoria's Secret is the reason that it became mainstream. And people are forgetting that, like, Victoria's Secret... God, I forget what year they were established, but Victoria's Secret established... They were established a while ago. They were established... Ooh, where do I find this information? 1977, so 43 years ago. 43 years ago. Victoria's Secret is a company that sells like women's lingerie, basically. It originally was like targeted towards women, but the whole reason that Victoria's Secret is different from other lingerie and like bra stores is because Victoria's Secret was the first store to target men instead of women. So Victoria's Secret was all about like trying to get men to buy sexy lingerie for their partners, because this was the 1970s, so everybody who wanted to buy bras for a woman was a man. If you want to buy sexy lingerie, it's definitely for, you know, your wife and you're a guy. It's fine. Oh, hey. Oh, no. Okay, so it can... Okay. Maybe I'll get something like that then, Chase. Sorry, I'm catching up. Yeah, I find it weird that women's nipples can't be seen, but men's nipples can as well. It's just weird. Well, I mean, even in other European nations, boobs... I don't know if it's changed, but boobs weren't that big of a deal. Like, in Germany, like, just nakedness, just like the human body, it's not something that's as sexual. It's just, like, it's a body, right? It's not something that is, like, inherently scandalous or sexy. It's part of, like, our, like, puritanical... We, like, clamp down on it all, so now it's like, oh, ooh, sexy. Which I think has been less of a thing over time, but... Oh, boobs being sexualized. How can they keep a secret for that long? Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna give you my speech. I'm gonna give you my speech about bras. Regardless of whether you are a person who wears bras, learn this so that you can help the people in your life who wear bras, right? Victoria's Secret, like... So basically, Victoria's Secret only wants to sell, like, the most common bra sizes, which basically meant that they, like, sold, like, band size 32 up, and like with varying cup sizes. So the way that like you're supposed to be able to measure your body for a bra is actually really easy. You measure once, where the band sits. So like where the band sits on your body, you measure once around there, and then you measure once around the full like width of your boobage area. Like how far does your boob go out? And then once you have this measurement, how many inches that is your bra number. So like 32, 34, 36, all of that, that's just this. Measure your waist, that's what that number is. That's what that number is. And then your cup size is just how many inches is the difference between measuring just your waist and measuring your boob as well. So that's how you get the cup size. Each inch is another cup. So 1 inch is A cup, 2 inches B cup, 3 inches C cup, etc. And it continues. Victoria's Secret what they say that you can do, and this is like kind of but not like really true, is that you can go like up a band size and down a bra size, and it should still fit you. Which, having explained how you actually measure people for bras, should be apparent that like that's not really gonna work. Like if you need to go up a band size, then suddenly you're not going to be getting support down here, and the support of the bra surrounding your waist is where all of the support for your boobs come from. So if you're not actually getting support down here, then the pressure is coming from the straps. The straps should not be holding up your bra. Like, there should only be 10% of the weight on this side and 10% of the weight on this side, and the other 80% comes from the strap around your chest. So you should never be getting like shoulder pain or back pain from your bra from like these straps having to hold up your boobs. If you're doing that, your bra doesn't fit. If your bra band like rides up your back, so like your bra band should go like flat around your body. If it rides up, then that means that your bra is not fitting properly. Or if it like falls down, also bra not fitting properly. And you can like really mess up your body from that. You can give yourself like back problems for like your whole life. Shoulder problems, like you can really mess up the alignment of the muscles and the bones if you don't have a really properly fitting bra. The problem with Victoria's Secret is that they will just lie to people about what their bra size is if they don't carry it and force them into an ill-fitting bra that's going to hurt them. And in a lot of places, Victoria's Secret was like the only real place where you could go and get a bra fitting done to find out what your bra size was, but they weren't like fitting people genuinely. So yeah, I went in to get measured at Victoria's Secret once, and the lady measured me and then was like, and like looked at her measurements. She was like, that, she said audibly, "That's not right." And then she measured me again, and then she looked at the measurements and she said, "That shouldn't exist." And then another store employee came over and was like, "What's wrong?" And looked at the measurements, and they were like, "Oh, well then that should be this bra size because you do this calculation and you push it up." And obviously that bra didn't fit me. But I didn't, like, my bra size is weirdly specific. It's like a bra size that most people in America don't know exists. I'm like a 28F or something like that. Most places don't carry bra sizes under 30. So I have to order mine. I have to order mine from really expensive, fancy bra companies that actually do carry the thing. So all my bras are $100. Oh, a bra that fits.org. Thank you. I didn't know that. Oh my gosh, wonderful. I love this. Thank you. That's great. I didn't know that there was a website for that information. Yeah, right? Women, like, it's amazing that, like, women's bodies are this, like, monopolized. I don't know, it's weird. I mean, it's not surprising. It's just like it's bizarre to me that even like people who wear bras, like, we just aren't taught this. We aren't taught how bras work, and like you would think that we should be, but we're not, because it's better if we're not taught, because then they can make more money off of us if we're not taught and we're not getting bras that like actually specifically fit us, you know? Now that one sketch comedy about bras makes a lot more sense. Yeah, bras are really like, bras should be very comfortable if you have a really well-fitting one. If your bra is like very, very uncomfortable, I mean, all bras are a little uncomfortable, but it shouldn't be causing you any kind of pain. So if your bra is causing you pain, please try, if you can afford to, try to go look into getting a different, a better fitting bra. There's even like I've gone to barenecessities.com. They're like a British bra company, and I've like talked to they have like online people to help you, like they'll tell you how to measure yourself, and then they'll like do the calculations and be like, this is your bra size. So if you don't have anywhere in your town that you can go and do that, you can do it online, especially if you're like not comfortable with doing it in front of another person for reasons, then you can do it online without having to worry about being judged or anything like that. Yeah, yeah, exactly, Violet. Chase, yeah, Canada is a real, because like when I was shopping around, a lot of the bra stores that carried my size were in Canada, and I was like, what is Canada right now? Ooh, Canada. But like Victoria's Secret was so successful that it dominated the bra market for a long time. So even now, you can't really find a wide variety of bra sizes, even at places at like Target and Walmart that are meant to supposedly fit the, like, you know, the majority of the population. People need more inclusive sizing. Yeah, yeah. I'm so sorry that you also have that issue, Lil Sushi Roll, because it's so expensive, and I like wear down my bras really intensely because I'm like, I'm not buying another $100 bra. Isn't it viable to not wear a bra in some places? Um, Viable. Viable is an interesting word. I'm gonna say that. Oh yeah, go for it, Yellering. I'm gonna say that you could even put it in the fold if you want to, since it's a related talk, unless it's like inappropriate. Um, but yeah, viable is an interesting choice of words because I would say that like it's possible and you theoretically have the option, but you have to understand that for most, at least for most people who would be wearing bras, if they take off their bras and they go out into the world, and like you can imagine the kind of reception that you get, especially from, like, you have to imagine that like when there's people who will harass women on the street just for walking down the street, you have to imagine that like the amount of harassment that a person would get for not wearing a bra and maybe having some movement going on underneath the shirt because like bras keep jiggling in check, or even gasp, being able to see a nipple through the outline of the shirt. You can imagine the kind of unwanted attention that comes from that. So while theoretically it is possible, not very many people are comfortable doing that. Also, Ash Culver, thank you for following. Enjoy your apprenticeship. I'm sorry that happened so long ago, but I was like, BRB, I'm taking out Victoria's Secret. Violet, Violet, I highly recommend checking out Bare Necessities if you want to. It's still very expensive, but they do allow free returns. And you don't have to pay anything for the returns, so you can try, like, I order a bunch of bras and I try them on, and then I send the ones that I don't want back, and that's kind of how everybody uses that site. It does take a while because it's across the pond and it is very expensive, but they do carry that band size because that's my band size. Yeah, a lot of people like genuinely wear bras for support as well. I find that like I find that the amount of knowledge for like cis men about bras is like not super good. I remember once I like had a nude bra and I was like putting on my nude bra and I had a boyfriend look over at me and be like, I don't really like that bra. The color's not exciting. And I'm like, the color's not for you. Like I'm gonna, the misconception that, the misconception of like what bras functions are is amusing to me. Sometimes. You just like one for comfort reasons? Oh, hi, Frank. Hey. Frank, this is weird. But I was watching Extreme Home Makeover, which they did a reboot of, and it's weird. It's pretty weird. It's weird, but also they gave a bunch of people of color scholarships to college and like gave them land and paid off people's mortgages. So I don't know. I'm kind of okay with it, but it's also really weird. But anyways, Ty Pennington shows up on that show, and Frank, you talk exactly like Ty. And like I've just been like, I was just watching Ty, and I'm like, oh my god, it's Frank. Why? How? Yeah, it's back again. Is it weird? It's weird in that they're doing that Netflix thing that we talked about, Connor, where everybody's like, we're so happy and positive. Even setbacks don't bother us. Isn't America great? We love you. Like, they're doing that whole thing that I just don't like. You feel like you know more about bras than you should. You should know about bras, you know? Like, it's weird to me that, like, again going back to the conversations about who is the dominant narrative, like, culturally speaking. It's funny to me because, like, you see those, like, videos on YouTube, or at least I see them a lot because, like, I watch foreign language speaking channels to train my hearing skills. So I've been seeing a lot of Korean people talk about this, and for some reason the popular one to do, I guess because Korean people are fetishized now, is like Korean boys talk about girl things, and like Korean women talk about boy things, and like, do they even know what this is kind of questions, like, oh, boys won't know what this object is, like that kind of thing. And the thing that I find interesting about them is that even in South Korea, the women know all the answers to the boy questions, and the boys don't know the answers to the women's questions, which is par for the course for, like, in America. I think the dynamic is the same way, where like there's I know what a jock strap is and what it's for. I know, like, you pick up a lot of things that are like exclusive to guys, that or to male bodies, that are exclusive to like experiences that you're not told about when you're a kid because they don't apply, you know, and they're about private parts, so we don't talk about them in America. And it's interesting to me that, like, information about male bodies is absorbed by, like, more of the populace than information about female bodies is. It's interesting to me. He talks like me. They try to be, like, the best. He has, like, he sounds literally exact, like, he says the same phrases. He's got the same kind of, like, he's really like, woo, go team, like, let's get this, we're gonna help people today, like, yeah, let's get out there, I love this. He's, like, really like that, but he also just literally sounds, like, your voices sound similar, Frank. It's like, and he's like, really jazzed about a lot of the same things that you are, and he's like a carpenter who's really all about it, and I'm just like, this is so strange. Like, I'm like, do you know Ty Pennington? Is that what, is he like your cousin? Like, I was just like, it's very strange. Oh, Ty Pennington back again. Yeah, he guessed on the show, spoiler. So having seen him on this show now, Ty Pennington is just like, carpentry is the way that he likes to express himself, and he's so excited. He's, like, really excited to do carpentry all the time. Like, it's the kind of thing where, like, everybody else is like, yeah, let's help this family. And then, like, Ty comes in and he's like, yeah, I'm gonna make a whole playground today. Yeah. And he's, like, so pumped, and everyone's like, woo, it's like the third day and we're exhausted. And he's like, it's the third day, I'm gonna start a new project because I want this family to feel amazing. And I'm just like, are you... I'm just like, Ty Pennington! Ah! I have never. We have our very own Ty Pennington. Oh, but Violet. Taking the bra off is such a manly... I don't know, for some reason in the 90s, we had this, like, cultural myth thing that, like, if you could unclasp a woman's bra easily, then like, she was gonna be really impressed and find that really sexy. And it's not true, so I don't know why. It was definitely, again, back in the 90s, we had that one very narrow, very, like, heteronormative, very, like, we had that one perspective that everybody got. I know Bon Jovi, but not Ty Pennington. Oh, I hope Bon Jovi's nice. Ty Pennington was considered very attractive. He was the whole reason Trading Spaces, I think, did well. And then he got poached for Extreme Home Makeover, so there you go. Good night, Harvest! Thanks for coming. Hooks, no! Oh, Jacob, oh no, I hope she found that very attractive. Or he. Oh, American Pie. It was definitely just like, I saw the like one hand thing like in a lot of movies. And I just was like, this is such a thing that is like not it's just strange. Paige Davis? Who's Paige Davis? Hang on, let me Google Paige Davis, see if I can remember. Oh, she was so cheerful and spunky. Oh yeah, she was so cute. Oh, that's awesome. Man, I love it. I love it when famous people are great also. The screaming has you in stitches. I'm glad you're having a good time. She and Ty ship it? Oh, they were the hosts together? Man, I watched a lot of Trading Spaces. I did. She was very, yeah, I liked her. I forgot that she was on that. I don't have, like, it was so long ago. I don't have very many. The only reason I remember Ty Pennington is because I have a memory associated with him in particular. Namely like 2003. Yeah. Oh God, Violet, I know what you're talking about. There was one Trading Spaces designer who was bad. Okay, hang on. The bad Trading Spaces designer. Let me see if I can Google it. Oh, yikes. Ooh, we got some horrible designs in here is what I'm seeing. Hildy Santo Thomas is what people said. They said 3 words, Hildy Santo Thomas. I'm gonna... These are some interesting... Here, I'm gonna throw up a picture on page. This is just like what some people have said are the worst designs, theoretically. We'll see how we feel about them. This is like a conglomeration of a few. So yeah, using this as a method of examining, literally 100% white room I'm not a fan of. Room that's too dark to see anything and I'm not a fan of. I'm not a fan of the large face looking at me while I'm eating. Maybe some people would be, but not me. And then like the top right just looks like it's not designed. I don't know what's going on. Maybe, I don't know. She did her own. Wait, she painted a picture of herself? That's not what you're supposed to do with somebody else's home. Okay, but that portrait is speaking volumes. Hi. For someone with the largest shoulders, I go to the store and paint it and take it home rooms. So yeah, I guess these were all Hildy Santo. Okay, hang on. Oh my God, guys, the top right photo, those are straw. That's not wallpaper, that's straw. Whoa. I would be so mad. I hated those episodes of Trading Spaces where like they revealed the space and you were like, you know what I mean? I was always like, oh my god, those people are gonna have to, like, those people work their butts off, especially when they, like, gave their neighbors, like, a really nice room, and then they get, like, yikes. This is a Hildy call-out stream. I'm sorry, Hildy, I don't know who you are. They'll love it, it's so chic. Oh god. Oh god. Yeah, Hildy Santo Thomas was always Trading Spaces' biggest provocateur. Eventually, even the homeowners knew to steel themselves if she showed up as their designer. Yeah, god, right? I saw an episode of Trading Spaces once where, like, the team who realized that she was their designer gave up and basically tried to refuse to do any work. It was something. Oh god. Oh no. Sorry, I just read. Sorry, I'm gonna read this out to you because this is literally an article about the 13 worst Trading Spaces reveals ever. So here, I'm gonna post you guys the link in case you want to see the photos. But I'm gonna read one out to you, which is the fireplace. One of the most infamous reveals in Trading Spaces history was the episode featuring the woman who would come to be known as Crying Pam. In the episode, Wilson chose to cover the homeowners' brick fireplace with a modern white facade. When it came time for reveal, Pam broke down in tears, quietly telling host Paige Davis that she'd have to leave the room. Unfortunately, Crying Pam forgot to remove her mic and was recorded sobbing as her husband and Davis tried to survive the crippling awkwardness. Yikes. It's true, I wouldn't want to participate if she were the designer either. Like, why didn't these people get input on the designs in their room? Like, even the people in Extreme Makeover Home Edition get input on their houses. Why don't these people have... Oh my god. What is this? Oh my god, hang on. I have to show you guys this one because this is like, I can't believe that this is actually a real photo. I can't believe that she did this to somebody's kitchen. Oh, okay. Okay, the image is so ugly that even my computer didn't want to reveal it to you all. Let's try this again. This! Look! Wouldn't you all love your kitchens to look like this? Wouldn't you love this? Wouldn't you just love to return to this? Amazing. Amazing. Between the perception and the reality of Pimp My Ride, I would love to watch that video. That sounds like my jam. I love that. It was inspired by a murder scene, yes. Good night, Melia. Thanks for coming. The less slightly bloody tank top. I don't really know. Oh my god, why did somebody do upside down? Oh my god, they did an entire upside down room. What is this? Sand? They put sand in a person's house? They put sand! They use sand as the carpet! Do you know how many Dyson vacuums you would need to have? Because, like, you would need to buy a top-end vacuum to actually vacuum up all of the sand. It's sand! You would need a nice-ass vacuum. Oh, while you were out. I have seen While You Were Out. It generally seemed nicer because it was done by, like, the families, so they, like, cared, you know? The force of the gun damaged the drywall and the oil was impossible to clean, so painting over it wasn't an option? Where? Where does it say that? The paintball. Oh god, the paintball walls. Damaged the drywall? Oh my god. Okay, this is actually a Hildy call-out stream. Because, like, as much as I appreciate artistic innovation as much as the next person, but you cannot do this with other people's houses. Other people's houses are not your template to be able to throw whatever the hell you want at them. Other people's houses are where you are the most restricted. Put an upside down room in your own fucking house, Hildy. Don't put it in, like, these people need to sit somewhere. Ansel, thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. I just can't. People really wanted to do the sand floor? Okay. Good for them. Good for them. Oh my god. These people definitely had to save up money to redo all this stuff. It's just... Whoa. So it's wild. This is wild. Why not replace the drywall? Probably just because it was expensive. I mean, I'm sure that they did. I believe that they did. It's just, man, these people, these poor people. Oh, man. It's her art. I hope she has a house that's bonkers, because if she doesn't, I'm going to throw her over over a bridge. I don't know. Oh, they definitely had to sign a waiver for sure. Don't touch the brick fireplace. Don't touch our brand new floors that we just installed that were very expensive. I can't. I'm glad I never went on Trading Spaces. Dang, this is wild. Just felt like a revenge show half the time. Attempted murder. Well, she didn't care about these people's financial livelihoods. Like, not everybody has the money to save up to restore their house, to redo drywall, to redo the floors that they just did. Not everybody has the money to be able to undo the damage that these people did. And they didn't even, like, some of these, literally, she didn't even try. Like, come on. She didn't even try. Like, look at this upside down one. How do you live in that? That's not a livable space. That's not a place that a person, they can't use that room anymore. They can't use the room. What are they? That's not. Let's find the right bridge. Like, why would you do that to someone? Like, that just seems so mean. You think the sand is worse than the hay? I don't know. I think painting over covering up a brick fireplace is pretty cruel. Like I think that kind of, like, when it comes to, like, painting over something that is, like, a heritage associated with a house that people really don't want, it's, that always makes me sad. I hate seeing historical features get removed, even when the homeowner wants it. So when the homeowner doesn't want it, I'm just like, a tragedy has just occurred for us all. Oh, man. It just looks like she pranked them. Yeah. So, Charitoma reacts to Trading Spaces. I would love to watch Trading Space. That's what I should just be doing. I should just have like a Discord stream where we just watch, like, freaking house shows. And we can all just talk about house shows, because that's all I actually like to do with my time. Yeah, we could actually probably do that. That's something that's really easy, and that's not something that, like, would make me tired to do. So yeah, we should be able to have, like, a house show watch party sometime. Yeah. Put it, like, on a weekend or something, and we'll put it on a Saturday. I'll mark it in my calendar for sometime next month, and I'll let you guys know when I mark it, because I have a planning system now, so I can do it effectively. this, but unironically. House show supercuts? I don't know. I like the whole house show. We'll have to decide, because we'll have to decide on like what kind of show we want to watch and like how many episodes maybe do we want a supercut, like that kind of thing. So yeah, we'll do it. But we'll definitely do it. I'm down for that. We can, especially since like I have been taking care of other things this month, so I haven't been streaming as much, so it would be a fun thing to do in the Discord to just like hang out together. They even have those new kinds of rooms that we can do it in where I can like put the big screen up and then we can all chat together below, and we can be in, I think you can still be in voice chat, but then that way everybody can have the big screen, I think. So yeah. Goodbye, Violet! Thanks for coming! I'm sorry, Frank. I'm sorry. Things have been rough. Yeah, exactly, Yellow Ring. All right, well, this has been a great time, and I would love to keep going, but I have to stop here if I want to be able to stream again, maybe later this week, fingers crossed. So I will stop, but let's find somebody to raid. Who should we raid here? Oh no, there's a lot of wonderful people. Oh god, I hate choosing between. Oh wait, and also, would you like to share your one good thing that happened today or one good thing you're looking forward to tomorrow? My great thing is that I finished all of my work early today, and that's why I was able to stream, and I was really excited that like I had the energy and that I actually finished all of my work so that I could stream. Also, my hair kind of looks pretty fly. Right now, I'm kind of feeling it. I'm feeling this new haircut. Those are my good things for today. Yeah, thanks for coming, Hefty Goof. You're welcome, Zephyrus. Gotta go earn that crab rave Capri. There's... Well... Oops, it's Gartic phone. You just got approval to register for a certification? Congratulations! Good luck. You can do it. The hair is fly. You did laundry! Man, that was my good thing like 2 days ago. I was like, I didn't do much else, but I did my laundry. And that was good. Fly hair hype. That you're old and you can feel the vaccine working. I'm so glad you got vaccinated, Connor, and happy birthday once again. Everybody throw in some chair dances for Connor, our wonderful hardworking mod whose birthday it is today. Hey, you got your second vaccine dose and you felt next to nothing? Yellow Ring, you're the mythical other half of the population that doesn't feel the symptoms. Today was a really nice compliment from a player. Looking forward to seeing, more of my streams. Well, thank you, Jessica, and thank you, Honorian, for bringing you over. Compliments can really make people's day sometimes, though, right? They really do. Looking forward to spending some time with your family. That's nice. I hope that they're all well, Mysterio. So many vaccines, which is a great thing. I want everybody in the world to be vaccinated, if it is their will. And it won't, and they're not allergic. You got a call about a second job next door to where you work. And, ooh, finally got a haircut. Right? We're feeling it. Finally got totally caught up on Final Fantasy 14. Damn. Nice, Jacob. Nice. Maybe someday I'll catch up to you. Legend Bell, thank you for following. Enjoy your apprenticeship here. Okay. All right, let's see. All right, if you know who is playing these games, please don't say who the person is.
I'll support you.
Are you guys more interested in watching Yakuza? Or Final Fantasy X? Yes. Yeah, those are what I'm going for. Mentioned it. Yeah, I saw Chip. Congratulations on the launch of both things and your website. 2 new good-sized sales in the works. Your house is empty and ready to come back to. And you're about to make... Damn! You're feeling yourself. Hell yeah, Chip. Have that good day. Have the best of days, please. Please, please, please. You deserve it. You're productive with animating? Hell yeah. Honestly, sometimes a dull day is still a nice day. Still a nice day. Aha! No worries. I try. I try to be a good... Either is okay. Okay, that didn't help. New tactic, we're gonna do a coin flip. It's hard, like, it's so hard for me on days like today when I open up my list and I'm like, oh no, there's 20 worthy people, all of whom I want to help and I don't know how to. Haha. Okay, so, I is you, Z is you. Boop. Okay. All right, we are rating Sinziak again, who was in here earlier. Hey! Hell yeah, Ruby! Hell yeah! I need to catch up with working out as well. I need to get bluff. But we're going to be rating Sinziak, whose pronouns are he, him. I need to start working out, yes. Yes, and who is playing Final Fantasy X. That is the game that went out. Again, no spoilers going in. Please be respectful of I think Sinziak's already played it, but just no spoilers just in case there's some moment they don't remember until you're given the okay. But yeah, thank you guys. Thank you guys so much for coming to the stream and for hanging out. This was wonderful. I'm so glad I got to stream again. I was so bummed that I couldn't do it last week, but that vaccine really took me out. So yes, thank you so much. I will see you guys again later this week or next week, and I will fill you guys in on the house show watching. I'll probably put out some polls and surveys to see what shows we should do. So yeah, thank you for coming and hanging out. This was fun. I like you. Okay. All right, rating in 5, 4. Get your chair dances ready. We are spreading positivity to Sinziak. Go.